Alrighty, guys, good evening. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Tonight, guys, on the we're gonna be playing more. Yeah, good. Good, guys. Again. All right. Good. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing some more of the dips. Took a day off yesterday. It wasn't even a day off. I was working on some other projects in real life, and that went over. Just the way that it goes, guys. But at least I got some things working, so that's good. Yeah. And still didn't completely fix shit. As it turns out, it's still just a big problem. So, I'm working on a cooling solution right now. And it's not good enough, as it turns out. That's the way she goes, though. But yeah, well, last time we played, I was talking about kind of not really burnout. But yeah, we might have some better options. I'm considering about playing some Overwatch 2 here instead of Dead by Daylight, as Dead by Daylight seems to be having some issues right now, including developers are pretty hard up to really stick it to killers with Unbreakable. Base Kit Unbreakable that's showing up. I don't know if it's showing up today. We haven't went over the patch notes yet, which we'll take a peek at here soon. But then all the cheating on top of just making the game is pretty obnoxious. Considering that their anti-cheat options don't seem to be doing anything. There's a patch today, or is that tomorrow? Patch notes. Is Base Kit Unbreakable in the game now? they basically gave killers an ooh shiny and then gave survive, which it wasn't, by the way, because it's still using basically everything that was already in the game, which is the new Mori system, which is actually worse than the old Mori system. And then gave survivors Base Kit Unbreakable. Yeah, which is going to be fucking obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. They fixed the flashlight clicking though, even though it wasn't really a problem, because flashlight clickers are people that aren't working. They aren't doing gens, they aren't chasing, they aren't picking up. They're just people that are literally doing something cosmetic that doesn't matter. Let's see. Did they add in? Base Kit Unbreakable? Supposed to be 6.3. Fixes. Boing, 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 boing. Talking about it. So in theory, there's no longer possible to hold hackers to hold a streamer hostage for 2 hours after endgame collapse. Survivor hackers in shambles. The only people that got held hostage are streamers. There's the only people that are ever held hostage, and the reasoning for that is because cheaters don't care about you if you're a no-name. So one of the best ways of avoiding cheaters in Dead by Daylight, which I've mentioned before, is literally to be a no-name. Be no one, so no one actually has any interest in fucking with you. They'll do their subtle cheats, they'll just jack off on their voice comms, but in general, they're invested in the game, and as such, they won't do really stupid shit. Generally, always the TTVs, people that have TTV in their name that get held hostage. It's not the people with random names, unless they have a lot of viewers. But even then, like, it's sitting there with 7,000 viewers and he never gets held hostage. That's pretty telling in and of itself, so... Hmm. Multiple flashbangs should stay. You literally have to prepare enough of a gen to earn them and then craft them anyways, so it just makes it so you don't have to stash them around the map. You have a 1 hour game normally, even a 30-minute game normally, something's fucking wrong in your game. I don't know where people are getting these long Legion games, but you have to be running it like shit MMR to do that. Shit or mid MMR with people that are constantly healing themselves, and then like they don't split either when Legion goes into his frenzy, and he just goes around hitting everyone constantly. Oh. They got not Discordance. What was the perk that they got nerfed? I don't remember the name because no one runs it anymore because it's pointless. Let's see. Shattered Hope. Yep. Make a base kit? Nah. Let's make it a perk that no one will ever run. I see. Xenophobia. There it is. Wah! Absolutely worthless perk. Worthless perk. Axe the shit out of that one. The aim is wonky and the fun movement tech. There's no fun movement. It's not a movement tech. It might be fun, but it's not a movement tech where you do like spins with them and shit. Yeah, you don't get anything out of doing that. Besides your macros fucked up now. Fun movement tech? You mean exploits that should have gotten your ass banned in a rational world? uh, Not sure how being able to spin your character a little faster or moonwalk's an exploit. Spinning faster is definitely an exploit. Moonwalking is just random trick. It doesn't do anything, it's just cosmetic. If you're spinning faster, that does give you an advantage. It's literally an advantage. You're designed so you can only spin so fast as Survivor. That's why if you see Survivor spinning like 2 times faster than normal, so they can dodge your attacks without doing anything outside the ordinary, there's something sus going on there. Yeah. Like when I'm trying to whip people and they go bloop, like that, like super fast. Not normal, not a normal spin, but the super fast spins, yeah. No mention of Unbreakable. Devs were clear it wouldn't be in the game. Okay. Skin Unbreakable's fine-ish. They're still traumatized by all the flack they got for the balance update back in January. January? What? PTB's good overlay, it'll be mid-chapter any patch. We made it pretty clear this is slightly different PTB. Yes, it did, and content wouldn't be going live immediately afterwards. We need to get early feedback on it before anything is final. Well, yes, this does mean that there's little in the way of balance changes in this update, and there's a large amount of bug fixes. Okay. There were a lot of bug fixes. I'm enjoying the Pale Rose being a boil over Infinite. Yeah, the coders at Dead by Daylight at BHVR have a lot to live up to. And they don't. Not very good. People are funny. But yeah, they definitely could stand with getting better programmers. They make a lot of money too. BHVR makes a lot of money. We looked it up. Was it 231 million in 2021 in revenue? Canadian. 221 million in revenue in 2021. That's obscene amounts of money, guys. That's not indie money. They can definitely pay to get better programmers. Well, let's take a look at the tubes, guys, see what's going on there, and also... Yeah. Weird. When people answer your thread in DM, I'm not exactly sure why. Good, guys. Let me get my coffee, guys, and let's take a look at a tube or two. Ready. What do we got going on today? 4000 series. Definitely interested in taking a look at that. Okay, whatever gets you clicks, dude. 4090. So if you guys didn't know, the 4000 series is going on sale tomorrow, the 12th, so in a couple hours. Let's take a peek. Take a look at this, and then also hardware unbox.
RTX 3090 Ti buyers to feel really bad because the short version of the review of the RTX 4090 is that we're seeing rasterization uplift at 4K anywhere between 40 and 75% versus a 3090 Ti. So a big jump there. And although NVIDIA isn't allowing anyone to review the partner model cards until tomorrow, the Founders Edition can be reviewed today. Thinking, of course, about EVGA recently saying that they felt like they were competing with NVIDIA. This kind of rings true there. Either way, the Founders Edition is in for testing. Rumors leading up to launch of this $1,600 card were largely centered around thermals and power, which are closely related. So we'll be looking at those in depth today with transient spikes in the scope for analysis, as well as the usual gaming and ray tracing performance tests. Let's get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by Be Quiet.
No, it's not. It's not. It's sponsored by me or something.
Tests, some flatness testing of the cold plate. We'll be looking at frequency,
how many games do they actually
noise
test?
and acoustics and more in a separate piece. But this one is already pretty detailed for power, thermals, and gaming. We have over 30 charts just for gaming in here. About 30 anyway.
I test 7 games.
And remember that as we ramp into this, the cost of alternatives currently is more important than the original MSRP of things like a 6950 XT or like a 3090 Ti. So just quickly glancing at Amazon as we're writing this review, we saw that an RTX 3080 today, new in box, costs about $700 to $740 on average in the US. The 3090 is about $980 or so right now just on Amazon Quick Search. And the 3090 Ti is in the range of $1,100 to $1,300.
We're almost to the first month of post ETH merge, guys. So cryptocurrency ETH merge, and they've actually broken $500 for 3080, and I predict they're going to be around $200 for 3080, which sounds insane because it is. But there is a boatload of GPUs that crypto miners have that will be making its way onto market because they can't do anything with them. So, yeah, they can mine negative and then pretend that it's going to go up and they'll make money when they could just buy whatever currency they think is going to go up. Yeah. I saw 475 the other day. Oh, looks like they're at 495 now. No GPU. Okay.
The 4090 at $1,600.
First
obviously
year,
very
or first
expensive. You're looking
month
at a
of
60%
negative
increase
power
in
will
price
be this
over,
month,
say, a
guys.
3090 right now, today, new in box. And NVIDIA still and its partners have too many 30 series cards, so that's going to be true for at least a little while. So that NVIDIA is launching the RTX 4090 standalone without the 4080s with it should give everyone pause on pulling the trigger at least momentarily. The company is clearly desperate to dump RTX 30 inventory, so every play is a move to ensure that we don't end up with a market that's overloaded with both 40 series and 30 series jamming the channel. And the reason we're bringing that up is because they have two more cards, both called 4080, coming up in probably about November, and AMD also has RDNA 3 coming up shortly as well. So we'll want to see how close the 4080s fall to this.
Meanwhile, Intel just completely missed the mark.
Because if you look at the A750 versus the A770,
by a lot. Like, they would have
so
just
close,
printed
the
money. It doesn't
770
even
might as
matter
well
how
not
good the
exist
cards
for
are
most
if they actually
people.
were capable of mining.
That's all the sort of disclaimers out of the way.
Ethereum.
Now we can really get into the performance and talk about how this thing does, because genuinely, this is one of the largest performance uplifts we've seen generationally in many years, in multiple generations. 1080 Ti saw a huge jump similar to this, but upwards of 75% is a massive spike over the 3090 Ti. So there is real power behind this card. The power numbers that have been discussed, those are
In a little
fueling
bit
something,
sensationalist.
and it is an increase in performance. Now it's time to look at it though, and we'll start with thermals. We are leading our review with thermal and power over here. Stone is working on setting up the transients right now. So he's doing some transient
wanna show his
testing
face?
to see what the spikes look like and how bad they are. We'll come back to that. And then on my end, I've wired up the card with all of these little wires running out of it. These are thermocouples that we have attached to key components like MOSFETs, memory components, and we're also monitoring the GPU with software. And you can see all these cards here. We've done a lot of this type of testing in the past. So actually, I'll show you some of the other cards we've done this on. This is actually one of them that we're working on right now. That's an RK770. And we're actually keeping this shut for additional climate control so we can keep it flat for ambient. And for others, we have tested many of these on the GPU shelf here. So a lot of these have been wired in the past in much the same way, but our methods have improved now, and we're using better hardware for the monitoring, and I'm excited to see what the results are. So let's get back in there. So we have, I think it's 6 thermocouples hooked up right now. We're monitoring ambient actively every second of the test. That's something we normally do. And what we're doing at the moment is this is our ambient thermocouple probe. It's up and away from any heat sources. This is how we do a lot of our testing. So it's a really steady 20.0 degrees Celsius plus or minus about 0.5. And then I've got
They could literally just make a fridge.
Memory specifically.
They could literally make something that's like climate controlled specifically if they want to do this better.
On loop at the moment, but
It
that's
seems
not the
like
only
they're
test I'm doing.
they're trying
And
super
it's,
hard to
also
keep
a
things
custom
like static.
royal loop, so
They're trying to show that without
increase the
actually
settings for the GPU
doing
specifically in
so.
different areas.
I know that sounds kind of
all
weird,
this
but
we'll go into the thermal
it's like
parts, but
it's like saying you have a wind chamber because you shut all the doors, right? You have a wind chamber to test aerodynamics because you shut all the doors, when in fact you still never built a wind chamber in the first place.
to show you some context for what this actually takes to wire up, because it's a nightmare, let's go over to what I call the arts and crafts bench. So
You could make a
this
room inside of a
is
room.
a
That would be completely climate controlled.
huge project to wire up cards with thermocouples where
With nothing
I have
else
some
in it.
printouts from our teardown video, so I can just keep track of where the thermal pads are and where everything goes. We have the exact pads, brand new clean, that NVIDIA used. So we have the supply of the pads, we have the supply of the phase change thermal interface material, so that we're able to replace everything as needed as we do these tests with an exact like for like that NVIDIA is using. So enough of all the setup, let's get into some of the thermal charts. All right,
Oh,
so
they
the
left
first
the
test
cooler
is
behind.
Port
Good
Royal
for
as a
them.
workload with some modified settings on the graphics side, but full stock settings on the NVIDIA side. In this one, the GPU cores seem to follow a temperature target of 70 degrees Celsius. It fluctuated between 66 and 72, and the GPU hotspot temperature ran in the 80s. Also fine, but pushing it if you're in more of a hotbox case. The fan speed would increase to compensate, so your noise would be higher. For the memory modules that we manually probed, we mapped the thermocouples along the edge of the module that bordered the hottest components nearby. Memory module R2 held steady state at about 65 degrees Celsius. That's case temperature. So for actual internal silicon of the memory, it could be as much as about 10 degrees higher, according to research papers previously published within the thermocouple industry. Even at 75, that'd be acceptable. The bottom module on the PCIe slot ran in the low 60s, with memory L2 in the same area. As for the MOSFETs on the left and the right of the board, those are running in the upper 50s and the low 60s. Since FETs can take around 100 to 125 C on average without big problems, this is all completely acceptable. They're in good range here. We'll also plot our ambient line just to sort of be transparent and show you how controlled our lab is. You can also use this to follow the dips and see how they're associated. Here's the bar chart with two different test scenarios. Both of these were with auto fan settings. However, the fans spun at the same speed for each. It was 45.4% average for the blue line and 47.0 for the red line, which is within usual fluctuation for a fan curve. Furmark with stock settings put more load on the GPU and the board, which makes sense, and it ran hotter for the GPU core and memory. The other components impressively maintained the same temperature, like for the memory and for the VRM components, and that was due to good thermal balancing across the board. So the GPU temperature following that 66 to 70 degrees Celsius range, that indicates that it is the vBIOS or the firmware that NVIDIA has programmed being told to basically set the fans along a known curve to hit that temperature target. And that's completely acceptable as GPU temperature for silicon. The hotspot's getting a little warm. If you put it in a really bad, poor airflow case, you will be on the higher side. It'll run louder, and the best solution is buy a better case. But some other types of designs may do better with that. For example, an AIO solution. Now, since NVIDIA talks such big game when going over the prototypes for this cooler, we went ham wiring it up for thermal testing. It took about 6 hours of wiring and validation work, plus 4 additional of testing. But we wanted to challenge everything that NVIDIA claimed. And from what we can see, thermally, this card
And then they test 7 games.
is proving itself. If you look at the lines in that first line graph we plotted, you can see how tightly
At least this time they're
all
going to be
the memory
GPU bound
modules
instead
and
of
the
worrying
FETs
about
for
being
temperature, and
CPU
that's
bound and then
scattered
being
across the
GPU
board.
bound.
So
All
when we
trying to
wired
test
this up,
CPUs.
It wasn't all
Good.
clustered in one spot. It was across the whole PCB. And that means there's good thermal load balancing across the PCB. And some of that comes from design changes this generation, like putting in blockers, those little north and south fins internally that stop air recirculation, along with, obviously, the increase in fan size. That's a huge part of it. It has downsides, like case fitment, but that's part of the thermal improvement. And then, obviously, the fin stack being as much surface area as it is. So, purely speaking, thermally, ignoring everything to do with value, with gaming performance, ray tracing performance, DLSS3 marketing, and whatever other bullshit that gets talked about relating to this card when it launches, purely thermally speaking, the Founders Edition here seems to actually be well designed. That actually is critical, because that is abnormal. That's the first time we've ever said that about an AMD card or an NVIDIA card, and certainly we've never said that about an Intel card. And this one is actually able to compete with partners. So NVIDIA is now getting to a point where it is able to compete with partners, which is also scary, because it starts to look like maybe EVGA knew something and just got out at the right time, if their partner is going to be competing with them this well. So that's it for the thermals for now, and we'll come back to the A770 thermals later. Now we're going to look at power transients, where Patrick Stone
I
studied
hypothesize
and
it's
tested
because of the
4090
crypto.
for transient
Which,
spikes.
yeah.
And previously, we saw something like 2.
It hasn't broken. The levy hasn't broken yet, guys, but it's getting there.
From Gigabyte,
I said 1 to 2
that
months
could be
after ETH
potentially
merge,
bad
and
knock
we
your
are
system
approaching
offline.
first month.
So I'll let Stone explain what it is transients are, what we're testing for.
Yeah, so when we talk about transient spikes, what we're looking for on the hardware level is current, and we want to see how much current is coming across these wires. And to get a baseline for this particular test, we're using Furmark. Then we'll jump to video games as well. The transients on this card are going to be a little more interesting, because instead of having 3 cables to work with or 2 cables to work with, now we've got 4 cables to work with. And so we've got to jump around here and there to figure out which one's delivering the most current, and then we'll use that to capture our transient spikes. Right now, we're just looking at microseconds. We're looking for these frames of high microseconds, so we got it set on a 200 microsecond per division. And in Furmark, we're catching things that are like 600 microseconds. For power supply over current protection, you're really not worried about it until you get into like the millisecond territory. But you know, that's why we're testing things, to see if it gets there. So we'll see what happens on the 4090.
So as for what all that means for the end user, the reason we look at power transients is because if you get really bad transient spikes and you either have a low quality power supply or one that's just not quite up to the capacity needs to cover that spike, you can end up with the system shutting down while you're playing a game or something. So that's why we're looking at it. Let's get into the charts. We ultimately decided to clamp all 4 cables using 3 clamps, which is fine since the rated range of the clamps supports that division. We lose a marginal amount of accuracy in the low single-digit percentages, but nothing that'll actually affect the results. We divided the 4th cable's 12-volt lines evenly between the 3 clamps for this testing. Overall, in our testing, the power behavior seems well controlled. The maximum current being pulled by the card is consistently about 33 to 40% over the nominal power, which is 450 watts.
Average.
Most critically, these zoomed-in scope shots show a change in behavior. Looking at the millisecond level at most, we typically see spikes inside of 100 microseconds on cards. With the 4090, however, the graphs almost look inverted. The longest transient spike we observed was 1,110 microseconds, or about 1.1 milliseconds. That's long enough to potentially knock a borderline or lower-end power supply offline, and much longer than we typically see. In Rainbow Six Siege and Doom, we saw approximately 500 microsecond long transients. This is different from what we typically see, where this one, since the max spike we're seeing is about 40% over nominal, and for a longer period, it's contrary to the usual much shorter, much spikier, and way higher power spike, like with a 3090 Master from Gigabyte, where we saw spikes upwards of something like 2.5x or something like that. If memory serves, we have a video on it. So this is different, and rumors had
Stuff and things are happening behind them, guys. Oh my god.
To 3x over nominal.
You think that desk is on wheels? I bet it is.
For this card. And we're not seeing that. We weren't able to reproduce it. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. We only
Or
ran
it's
this
green
for about
screen.
8 hours for transient testing, then we had to do all the other stuff. So someone might
Might
find
be a
something
green
more
screen.
interesting.
Actually, no,
But
the light
from what
behind
we've
them
seen
studios
for
are.
8 hours of work on different games and applications,
Oh, they could have a
it's
light behind them on the
completely
green
acceptable for
screen.
transients so far. It's just that duration might kick more power supplies offline if they don't have the capacity to soak. Now, some of the rumors did come from power supply manufacturers, and it's possible and maybe likely that since they had early insight to what the card would require, NVIDIA probably provided them the feedback, hey, it's going to be 2.53x transients. They freaked out, said, no way, we can't do it. And then maybe there was some design revision and rework there in the time since. Also, we know that the GPUs for the 4090 were on 3090 Ti PCBs, and the 3090 Ti PCB was a test platform for the 4090. Maybe it wasn't up to the task. We also noticed that initial small spikes led to the power delivery circuit balancing the load as time progressed, and it does so in a really unique way. We saw the highest load shifting from one cable to the next, effectively distributing the transient heat load as well across the individual cables. Whether this was total chance or part of the design, we're not sure. We'd have to do a lot more testing. But we do know that this cable, this adapter cable, is really important. So it does have the 4 sense pins in it. And one of the things that we observed was if you connect 3 of these, we tried getting rid of one to see what would happen, it will still boot. However, you'll lose the ability to boost the power target. So normally you can go from 100% to 133% max. With all 4 connected, with only 3, it drops down to just 100%. With 2, we weren't able to get it to boot. And
obviously, there's some sort of electrical connection going on here. For it to actually understand that it's missing power on certain pins would mean the pins would have to not be connected, right? Because it's not a smart connector. It's not forming a handshake.
Screen. And that's because NVIDIA is actively sensing how many cables are connected to this adapter. So it is a smart adapter in that way. This isn't just a dumb plug them in and then it just pulls the power it wants to pull from whatever's connected. It knows what's on the other side. That's important.
Once again, you'd have to have a way of actually connecting it. Like it's just more pins on the side of the what's it called? The EPS. Let's see. PCI 5.0 connector. No, there isn't a wiki article on it. This right here is basically just connected to pins, so it would mean that some of the pins. So what they used to do, guys, with 8-pin connector is sometimes video card companies will check to see if it's a 6-pin adapter or if it's 8 pins. And if you know how an 8-pin connector works, is 3 are hots, 3 are grounds, or neutrals, 3 are neutrals, and then the 2 on the side are connected to one of the neutrals. So it technically has 5 neutrals and 3 hots connected to it. And if you unplug this, it senses to see whether or not these are grounded or neutral, connected on the side. The GPU will actually sense to see if they're connected. And then it will do, it depends on what the GPU, which manufacturer it is. Some won't boot. Some will give you a warning in Windows. It really depends. And once again, the 2 extra neutrals don't really do anything because they're almost always connected to just one of the neutrals, so that doesn't do anything for you. It's not like it's running back to the power supply or something. 6-pin compared to an 8-pin. And assumedly this is the same way. So it's checking to see if these are neutral, if they're connected or shorted, connected, or if they're just basically there. So unless this has a chip in it, it's not doing any sort of smart connector. It's sensing on the GPU side, just like with this 8-pin or 6-pin, it's sensing to see if there's voltage or if it's connected to a ground. And that's it. That's not smart because you can fool that with basically a number of different ways. That just means these connectors, each one of these is connected to a different pin, a different specific pinout inside the connector itself. Unless there's a chip on it, which could monitor each. This connector would be so much fucking bigger if it's actually a smart connector like he's saying. It would actually look at each one of these, each one of the rails on here. And it's not. You aren't going to get a connector that literally looks like it's just a bunch of pins that go together and have it be a smart connector. So despite what he's saying, it's not a smart connector.
We noticed that the power connector responsible for the highest current draw across that varied from test to test.
Maybe that's what this 4 pins is on the bottom here? These guys right here? So there could be some extra tomfoolery here for each one of the pins. But once again, if there's only 4 pins here, it looks like there's 4 holes here. If there's 4 pins here, once again, it's just checking to see if there's a voltage or something on one of the rails. But this isn't big enough to have a bunch of electronics in it.
The highest current draw across that varied from test to test, which is uncommon. Typically, we see a dominant connector, then a secondary and a tertiary and so forth. This one demonstrated behavior almost like a feedback loop that helps to regulate the card and its power draw. So you'll definitely want to use all 4 if you get one of these. And as for the aftermarket,
and once again, a good way of testing this and figuring out is you literally just take a splitter. So you take a 8-pin to 6-pin or 8-pin to 8-pin splitter, and it goes from 8 pins to 2 8-pins. You plug those into the adapter. I'm not saying you should do this, by the way. And you could even do it further down the chain, so you're only running off one line. And if it gives you all control, that means it's not a smart connector at all, which is, once again, probably true, and apparently you didn't test it.
If it'll still pull the full power if you're only running 2, even though technically the cables can handle it, or what'll happen. That'll be a future thing. But there's a lot more power testing we can do here. For now, let's just look at a nominal load chart, and then if anyone discovers anything really unique on launch day, we'll continue to investigate it. But for now, transients of 33% to 40% seems to be about the norm. Now for the average power consumption. This shows the actual power utilization over longer periods. So rather than the transient spikes upwards of 630 watts, we're looking at sustained power. Tested in Furmark for a torture load, the RTX 4090 stock card pulls 496 watts on average. We observed 450 to 490 watts in some gaming scenarios, but closer to that 500 mark in Furmark. That aligns with the 3090 Ti results previously. And remember that this is just the card power, so slot plus PCIe cables. We don't measure the whole system in this. As for the 33% power increase for an overclock, the RTX 4090 pushes to... That's unfortunate. Let's move on to gaming benchmarks. In Total War Warhammer 3 at 4K and high settings, the RTX 4090 is entirely GPU bound, which is good for testing, and runs at 125 FPS average. That has it outdoing the RTX 3090 Ti by 59% and the RTX 3090 by 81%. The lows are also improved significantly on the 4090, however, they're mostly proportional to the average, so it's nothing special here. If you bought a 3090 Ti, though, for $2,000 early this year, it's probably feeling pretty bad right now.
But I've been telling people to hold off on GPUs for the last 6 months, even prior to the ETH merge, and even with the ETH merge, especially with the ETH merge. Because there is, allegedly, the 4090 was going to be twice as fast as the 3090.
It trails both and the RTX 3080, but will do proportionally better at 1080p and 1440p. We've also got the 2080 Ti on here, where the 4090 outperforms it by an increase of 172%. These are some of the largest gains we've ever seen generationally. So regardless of price, that at least is impressive on its own. We'll talk about the value, though, in the conclusion. At 1440p, the 4090 isn't yet CPU bottlenecked, so it's still actually showing scaling here. The card maintains a 64% improvement over the 3090 Ti and an 83% improvement over the 3090, similar to the 4K results. The 236 FPS average result has it about 100 FPS or so over in average, over the 6950 XT from Sapphire, which is a 90% improvement. Finally, for the 1080p results, the 4090 gets cut down to a 54% lead over the 3090 Ti. That much of a swing downwards isn't because of architecture alone, but also again because we're starting to hit that CPU limitation this game. In F1 2022 at 4K, the 4090 ran at 230 FPS average and held a 70% lead over the 3090 Ti. That's similar to what we saw in Total Warhammer,
doing it again.
Better for the 4090 here. So it's shaping up to be the average of 60 to 70% right now.
When you're starting to see a big difference between your 1% and your 0.1% and your average FPS, that's not good. That's stuttering. And with 1%, that is your micro stuttering. Is it micro stuttering? No, it's your normal stutters. 1% is your big stutters. 0.1%, no, that's opposite. 0.1% is your big stutters, and 1% would be your micro stuttering. So things that are more consistent but less noticeable, so the variance is smaller. But when it gets big like this is not a good sign. And I don't know why he doesn't point it out. Ideally, you want the 1% to be as close as possible to 200, your average, as possible. And when it starts getting like, this is like what Sly does. When it starts getting like this isn't a good thing.
Now for rasterization lead. The boost over the 3090 non-Ti is a 100% jump or a doubling of frame rate performance, but the 6950 XT lands between the two in this game and cuts the 4090's lead down to 73% as compared to its 133 FPS average entry. Lows are proportionally scaled on the 3090 Ti, the 3090, and the 6950 XT. They're still good on the 4090, but they're not proportionally scaled with the average frame rate. This chart will show us frame time consistency. It's the most empirical way to look at the user experience, as it shows the frame-to-frame time required in milliseconds to render each of those frames, just shown as 1 point on the line. The RTX 4090 mostly clusters around 4 to 5 milliseconds, but regularly spikes to 9 milliseconds. These aren't noticeable to the player. Typically, we see that people observe 8 to 12 millisecond jumps as potential stutters, but they are enough to throw that 1% out of proportion that we saw earlier.
There's
a single spike to 26 milliseconds that is noticeable to the player as a slight hitch or stutter, but we'd normally have to see multiple of these in a test period to actually become concerned about them. For now, it's something to pay attention to as we iterate through the next charts. The 6950 XT plots just as kind of a baseline for another device. This one is mostly consistent throughout the test with fewer excursions, though it does have a few excursions of its own. Moving to 1440p now, the RTX 4090 is approaching the CPU bind, which is in the 290s for FPS average. That means we're CPU bound on and off throughout this test, but not for the entirety of it. The 4090 holds a 27% lead still over the 6950 XT, but that's cut down from 73% previously. Some of that is AMD gaining at these lower resolutions, but most of that is a CPU bind. We won't learn much new at 1080p other than a reminder that the 6950 XT and the 6900 XT have an advantage over the 3090 Ti at this resolution. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is up now. At 4K, the 4090 maintains a 70% lead over the RTX 3090 Ti. It's consistent with the previous results. The 6950 XT and the 3090 are both similarly ranked, and if you were on an RTX 2080 Ti previously, you'd see a 164% increase in frame rate moving to the 4090 Ti. Almost leaked a new card there. It's just called the 4090. It's not the Ti. Let's all move along before anybody from NVIDIA hears that. This is where we jump to a regular reminder that if you're happy with your computer today, there's no need to upgrade right now, even though something like this is shiny new.
Hey guys, guess what? New parts are expensive. You don't need to upgrade today. Thanks, fucking Cheryl. I don't, okay. Yeah, most people don't fucking know that. Okay, alright, let's just put a rain on this parade right now. Yeah, by the way, public service announcement, you don't need to upgrade. Yeah, subjectively good enough is good enough. News at 10.
And impressive, because if you look at that chart we just saw, everything on there is in playable territory. You'll do just fine. The frame rates are getting ridiculous at this point with these types of cards until you enable features like RT. So it is something to really think about. Do you actually need to upgrade? And especially, do you need to go this high end if there's stuff like 3070s out there for cheaper now than they used to be? 1440p reduces the 4090 not TIs, which doesn't exist, lead over the 3090 Ti from 70% to 27%, a clear CPU cap. The 6950 XT also encroaches on the 4090, and
1%. I don't understand why he doesn't use 0.1% in all of his charts. He only does it in a couple of his charts, which is fucking weird. It's like there's some weird behavior they don't want you to know, so they don't show you. Because Afterburner logs it all, so it's not like they don't have the information available to them. They just choose to not show it to you for some strange reason that they don't talk about. Fucking weird.
The 3090 Ti as well. As we're bound here, we'll move on. But the value is clearly dismal if you're playing under a constraint like this and buying a 4090. It just does not make any sense. Just to show it, since we have it, here's a 1080p chart. It's also bound, obviously, and everything above the 3080 mark is incomparable and useless because it's being limited by the CPU. But it gives you some perspective of where you're...
Which is fucking weird because they're running into a bunch of GPU bottlenecks when they were testing their 7000 series. Huh, okay. Very weird. Yeah. Too bad they don't try to alleviate that a little bit to give a little bit of a leeway so the GPUs can stretch their legs. In this case, you can't really, except going to higher resolutions, right? Or you could use render scale to do an artificially higher resolution, which they can do anyways, but...
limitations might lie. Rainbow Six Siege at 4K gives us an older DX11 title to look at, but one that's still popular. This game has the 4090 at 355 FPS average, leading the 3090 Ti by only about 47%, only there compared to the previous results. It's not spectacular for the price, considering the 3090 Ti is currently closer to like $900 to $1,000, and the 4090 outperforms the 6950 XT by 86% here at average FPS, which sets a mark to watch for lower resolutions. At 1440p, it's still not CPU bound. The 4090 leads the 3090 Ti by 41%, consistent with the 4K result previously. The gains in Rainbow Six Siege are just that much worse than in other games, which shows that the API and the game itself may dictate some of your scaling in a way that can wipe out most of the value of the 4090. And again, we won't spend much time on 1080p. It's CPU bound now. It did climb another 50 FPS first before hitting the CPU bind with these graphic settings, but it's bound nonetheless. The gap between the 6950 XT and the 3090 Ti has
1% frame times, guys, looking kind of weird.
Better lows than the AMD hardware. Not that it is noticeable at this frame rate anyway. And if you want better value, you buy something further down the stack. Here's another game where the scaling isn't as impressive as those earlier 70% numbers. In Horizon Zero Dawn at 4K, we saw a limitation in scaling at 53% gain over the 3090 Ti, and we're not CPU bound. That's uncharacteristic of the earlier results.
Another big difference between average and 1%.
It's not quite there. 1440p shows the limit at 180 FPS average, with the 6950 XT also bouncing off of that limit. The 6900 XT and the 3090 Ti are close enough that some frames are likely getting capped, but not all of them. So these are all basically the same. Clearly, you should not buy a 4090 if you're going to play in a scenario like this. It's a waste of money. 1080p is fully capped. Same thing, nothing new to see here. 4090 looks like it's actually doing worse than the 3090 in this one. In reality, it isn't. It's just that they're also limited, that we can't see scaling. They're tripping over their own frames as the CPU tries to keep up, and you end up with a stack that you can't differentiate. Final Fantasy at 4K is up now, and this one, maybe shockingly, we were still GPU bound. The game is so easy to run that we thought we might actually be totally CPU limited even at 4K, but it's still GPU targeted at high resolutions. The RTX 4090 ran at 214 FPS average, which positions it 75% ahead of the 3090 Ti's 122 FPS average. That's better scaling than we've seen elsewhere, maybe partly thanks to the DX11. NVIDIA has always done disproportionately well on DX11 since that API requires more driver work to run well. The lead over the 6950 XT is 88%, with the 3090 getting doubled cleanly by the 4090. At 1440p, we're hitting the CPU bind. The 4090 runs at 235 FPS average, which is functionally the same as the 220 result we had on the 3090 Ti, so there's no real difference here, and we'll skip 1080 this time since it's the same. We also ran GTA 5 at all three resolutions, but only 4K matters since the engine is capped at 187.5 FPS average. Makes basically everything the same. The RTX 4090 ran at the full cap here, dropping almost 0 frames. You have to realize we've been running this benchmark since 2015 now on GPUs. We've never seen a card hold basically the engine cap like this. The lead over the 3090 Ti is only 38%, so in that regard, it's not worth it. The value doesn't scale like in other games because we're artificially limited on the engine. The CPU isn't capped either, just to be clear. It's only Rage that's capped. and not mine, but like the name of the game engine. My rage is uncapped. There's no cap.
No cap. No capping.
Now we get into the really complicated testing, which is ray tracing and DLSS or FSR or XESS
Stuff that
testing.
doesn't
And
matter.
those three sets of initialisms are why this has gotten so complex. So not only do we have to test for just pure rasterization, we also need to test for ray tracing, but then because features like DLSS are so prominent now, we have to enable those.
Most people turn off ray tracing, guys, when they realize the hit that it has on their video card, because a tiny little being able to see a reflection in someone's eyeball from across the room doesn't really mean a whole lot of anything to most people. Surprise! No.
And there's different ones for each
Especially
vendor.
multiplayer games.
So this has become a massive matrix of really messy tests to run. We've done our best to distill it down into a few sets of games to give you a wide picture performance. Let's take a look. We'll start with Control, which came back as one of the most played RT games when we polled our community, you all, recently on YouTube community posts. Cyberpunk was one of the other most popular. We'll test that too. Starting with 4K.
I would
and
base it
without
completely on
DLSS,
Steam charts.
the
If you're
RTX 49
polling, so if you have a group of people, guys, it's like a small technologically oriented group of people. That's not necessarily your normal gamers, because as we've seen on Twitch, guys, most people don't actually, even though they're on tech, even though they're on Twitch and stream a lot, most people don't actually know generally anything about technology. They just they're like, whatever. They just play games, right? Yeah. I wouldn't like, oh, hey, look, I guess there's some community interaction there. What game should we test, right? But I'd totally just go based off the Steam charts for the most part, because that's one of the few places that you actually get stats off of games that are currently being played.
90 ran at 76
Even if it doesn't
FPS
get all the
average
games
here.
because of
That's with
Origin and
RT on now. The lows are spaced out extremely well on all of these devices, keeping strong rank thanks to the game engine and the build itself from the developers, that is. The 4090 outperforms the 3090 Ti by about 60% here, and the 3090 by a staggering 86%. The RTX 3080 is next in the list.
trying to think of the name
with the 6950 XT
of
at 31
Ubisoft
FPS
shop.
average, which
I don't
allows the
remember.
4090 an improvement of about
You play?
144%. Intel didn't make the cut for this game, but it's in some of our other tests. At 1440p,
Yeah,
the 4090
Uplay.
jumped
I
to
don't even have it
148
installed anymore,
FPS
do I?
average, roughly doubling from its 4K frame rate previously. That has it 61% ahead of the RTX 3090 Ti, about the same as the 4K result. They're scaling in step, so the jump over the 6950 XT would scale in step as well, except for AMD's architectural advantage, where the improvement is reduced to 127% from the 144 previously. And now we're at 1080p. The 4090 had its lead reduced to 29% over the 3090 Ti, a clear mark of a bottleneck elsewhere in the system. Everything tested thus far is playable with these settings at 1080p, even without the support of DLSS or FSR, and there's just no benefit to a 4090 here that's meaningful at this resolution. F1 2022 is back now, this time with ray traced settings. Remember that this chart cannot be compared to the previous F1 charts. Those do not use RT settings. We get emails about this every time we publish reviews. There are RT charts and non-RT charts. They can't be compared. The ray tracing result at 4K has the 4090 running an incredible gap over the 3090 Ti, forming a depressing rift for pre-price drop buyers. The improvement is 75% over the 3090 Ti, which came out this year. The 3090 is next, and generationally against the non-Ti, the improvement is 105%. The closest AMD card is currently the 6950 XT at 31 FPS average. Intel's Arc makes an appearance here as well, but it's nearly fallen off the chart already at 17 FPS. 1440p, the 4090 leads the 3090 Ti at 70%. The lead against the 2080 Ti is 200%, and that card wasn't too dissimilar of a launch price at $1,200 when factoring in inflation over the last few years. Even ignoring inflation, we'd be at a 33% price increase for MSRP for the 4090 for a 70% RT performance jump, not that the 2080 Ti was ever on a recommended list anyway. Things matter less at 1080, so the 4090 is only 27% ahead of the 3090 Ti here. There's a loss of scaling. We have an increase in CPU workload as well with RT, and so we're seeing a CPU bind. Cyberpunk 2077 is up next, and this was one of the most played RT games in our community questionnaire that we posted recently. We used DLSS and FSR for this one, and Intel is using FSR at the moment instead of XESS because it's not really ready. We're using the quality settings at equal resolution scaling, so in other words, at 4K, it's scaling up from 1440p. At 4K, the RTX 4090 ran at 79 FPS average with DLSS
Hey, Bucket.
2,
Good evening,
the
dude.
existing one. This is without DLSS 3 testing because that's basically an alpha or a beta, depending on how you look at it, and the Cyberpunk team isn't really ready with it either. So that has the 4090 again at about 76% ahead of the 3090 Ti. It's about 170% ahead of the 6950 XT. So NVIDIA's hardware and DLSS combination pushes it pretty far
I wonder
ahead.
what's leading to the frame time inconsistency with the 1%, 0.1%, because they're doing ray tracing here, and with the ray tracing on, you can see things are much more in line. So maybe it's something to do with the CPU. I'd be curious to see the if the 1%, 0.1% frame time variance is the same with Intel versus AMD. And see their methodology. I think they use an Intel. They use 12,000 system, which actually could be leading to some of these problems too. Because 12,000 system has E-cores on it, and they don't always work properly. But the cores don't work, but rather the thread scheduler in Windows doesn't know what to do with them. Have a methodology part. There it is. Thermal testing methods. Miss it? Don't put their testing method, like they literally can put stock footage in here. I don't have their testing methodology on here.
770 technically is on the chart, but let's move on. At 1440p, it runs at 136 FPS average to the 3090 Ti's 80 FPS. That's with the ultra settings and DLSS for both.
Actually playable.
So the 3090 Ti ends up allowing the 4090 a big lead again. The 3090, though, the non-Ti wasn't too far back from the Ti. At 1080p, we're hitting a CPU bind again from increased work on the CPU. The 4090 still holds a significant lead, but it's getting diminished here. Finally, here's Tomb Raider. This one has ray tracing enabled as well. We'll just flash through the results on the screen. You can pause if you're interested. This review's long enough as is, but the 4090 saw about the same percent scaling in the others, 75% over the 3090 Ti once again, at least until scaling got cut at 1080. Okay, so wrapping up then, first of all, DLSS 3 was a lot of marketing talk, and there was a good amount of bullshit in that presentation, the keynote, because kind of like RT, we're not really going to see DLSS 3 truly hitting the market with this launch. There's some stuff out there, not a lot. It's also a lot of alpha and beta, and it doesn't work perfectly. So let's just factor that out right now and ignore it. Much like with the 20 series launch, you ignore RT. In most cases, we're seeing 40 to 75% gains over something like a 3090 Ti in 4K. Depends on the game. Some of them are less, like Total War Warhammer, but in a lot of them, we're seeing those higher values. Now, at lower resolutions, this is truly pointless. This is like, you can be on the best CPU, and if you're not playing at 4K or 1440 with a relatively high graphics quality game, you are going to be CPU bound. So that's where you need to know your use case. If you are not,
which is why you'd figure out how you can alleviate that CPU bottleneck so you can get meaningful GPU benchmarks. Because imagine a scenario, this is the opposite of what we're talking about with the CPU benchmarks. Imagine a scenario in which there's going to be new CPUs coming out, let's say the X3D coming out in the springtime, where the 13,000 series, which is supposed to come out in November, I think, the 13,000 series, which could have a performance uplift, and you want to have some forward-looking benchmarks for that, right? Yeah, so you look for ways to alleviate the CPU bottleneck so it wouldn't become an issue, because there's forward-looking scenarios where you have to look for cases where this GPU is going to stretch its legs in the future, because people probably are not going to be upgrading I think literally one of the spots here was him saying, if you got a GPU right now, it's probably good enough, which leads even more to the reason that you want to look at forward-looking thinking. You want to have future-proofing, even though it's not going to be future-proof in the literal sense. Future-proofing, where in the future, you have to look for something that will be able to hold the test of time, right? It'll be able to perform if you buy a new CPU in the future, or if you buy a new GPU in the future, assuming you're going to buy a 4000 series when you had a 3000 series, which is why when they're testing GPU bottlenecks right before the launch of the 4000 series, you're like, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe you guys should try to do something so you have benchmarks that are actually like would be not apparent, applicable to a future scenario in which you're going to buy a new GPU or a new CPU, right? Forward-looking thinking. I don't think that's too much to ask. It's not like, oh, a GPU or Intel or NVIDIA are just going to dry up, or AMD is just going to dry up in 2 years, and the next GPU is never going to come out, right?
And obviously with features
which doesn't
like
make any sense.
So Whether this is actually worth it, we have not really talked about that yet. This is an expensive card. It is functionally in that Titan class where historically you go, this isn't a gaming GPU. And that's true if you look at something like a 3090, a 3090 Ti. We've never said buy this one. We've always said grab the one lower down from it. So in those examples, the lower end stuff launched first. So like a 3080 or a 980, a 1080, stuff like that came out before these monster flagships did, like this one. NVIDIA switched it this time, and this came out first, which we think probably means if we had the data for a 4080 today, we'd probably be taking the same stance as previously, where we go save the money, buy the cheaper non-Titan, non-Ti.
Yeah, so this isn't a smart connector, guys. You can see here. So these are the actual power feeding pins, and these are just dumb. There's nothing about it. These 4 pins here, probably what happens is it reads the voltage off the pins or something like that, or maybe checks to see if all 3 of the wires are connected, and that's it. So it just checks to see if there's voltage on these pins and it's not being fooled. But at the end of the day, these are all pretty stupid, and this is only just like a, once again, you could just use a, you could use a splitter that goes to this splitter and then goes back together, which is probably what a lot of people are going to do because not everyone has 4 8-pin connectors on their computer, or they're just going to take one of the 2 that's coming off the same cable and connect it both to the same thing, which is basically a split. It's the same thing as a splitter.
Ti class, 1080 Ti notwithstanding, that was a mistake they'll never make again, and move with one of those. So right now, we're not really comfortable making a full value judgment until we have the 4080. So we're kind of in that, let's all just wait and see, be patient.
What about value judgment based on future-looking CPUs that you might own?
With multi-chip, but NVIDIA's in a strong spot with the architecture generationally. It's just the value comes into question when you launch only the absolute flagship, and traditionally that's not what you do as a company like NVIDIA. As for the thermal design, it is actually excellent. It's weird to say. Like we said earlier, Founders Edition cards, reference cards, we have never been in favor of the thermal design on those. NVIDIA really did kind of fix this one. It's massive as a result, but then so are the partner models. And that begins the interesting discussion of can partners truly compete with a company that has infinite resources, as one of NVIDIA's thermal engineers recently said, to do things like fan simulations when the partners are just sort of picking from the supply that's out there on the market.
But to be fair, not everyone buys based on the absolute best recommendation, right? Some people just buy based off brand name recognition, or because everything in their computer is MSI, or everything in their computer is Asus, right? To be fair, there's generally usually just like a very good video card with each generation, like just does a cooler right, has the good electrical components on it, because if you watch, not DeBauer, what's his name? He does teardowns of electrical components. I don't remember his name now. We watch him basically every time a new hardware update comes out. I don't remember his name. But yeah, but that being said, there's always going to be a better choice, but how much of a better choice is there going to be and for it to actually matter to you before it obsoletes the competition? Yeah, it's there's almost always just like a bunch of different brands, and people just get bought simply because they've been being bought for years. Like people just buy it because it's worked for them. It's not necessarily, oh, it's just this is the best possible model. It's going to obsolete everyone, because there's still room even among the brand. Like EVGA had like 12 different models of the same video card with slightly different core temps and core clocks and power envelopes and coolers and basically everything. Even though you could just buy the cheapest one and you'd still be probably fine. They're still selling. They have 12 models because they sell, not because not 12 models is a little sensationalist, but like they have like 8 or 6 models. They have a lot for 3080s and shit. Because people like that model. Yeah, oh, it's black instead. Yeah, like stuff like that. So even though he's like, oh, this company has infinite resources, he's going to obsolete everyone. That's a very end-looking point of view where it's just there's no room for competition because there's one model that's just slightly better than everyone else.
So that's going to be a really interesting fight to see. We won't actually know the answer to that until we get partner models in. Power. So the transients were not bad from what we saw.
That being said, there's some models that are just avoid for sure.
Please keep us informed if you see something from someone. We'll look into it. But for now, we didn't see any transients that were concerning. The power consumption is high. It's 450 to 500 watts. and you're going to need to accommodate transients
Fuck
of at least
Zotac,
30
for
to
instance.
40%,
They can suck my dick.
for pretty long durations of 500 microseconds up to 1100 microseconds at 1.1 milliseconds. So that's abnormal. That's kind of new, is that duration of transients. So that's it for this one. We'll talk more about value once we can see more of the market shape up. But right now, keep in mind, the 30 series, which NVIDIA is happy to sell you as well, has come down in price, as have the 6000 series from AMD.
They're come down a
Those are
lot in
seriously
price.
worth considering at the moment, even if you buy it new in box and paying that slight premium over something used if you don't feel comfortable with the used market, and we don't blame you. Thanks for watching. As always, you can subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net to help us out directly by grabbing things like our mod mats to build your PCs on, or you can go to patreon.com/gamersnexus to help fund our reporting. Check back for more. We'll see you all next time.
Probably the most detailed 4090. They focused a little bit too much on thermals, in my opinion, but I guess no one else is doing it, so why not? Like half this review is talking about power delivery and thermals instead of the games themselves, which is, yeah. We're gonna take a look at hardware unbox, guys. I'll look at Devour. We're gonna do that tonight. We're gonna take a look at hardware unbox video as well, because they do. Sometimes it's a relatively different take, and I appreciate that. And they do more games. And sometimes do it in a different way, guys. I gotta take a piss, beer back. Alrighty, guys. All I got left is Mountain Dew. Oh no! Where's the dry ice?
And there you go. RTX 4090 unboxing. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed. Today we are taking our first look at NVIDIA's new GeForce 40 series with the current flagship model, the GeForce RTX 4090. And as I'm sure many of you are aware, it's a chunky graphics card. You're probably also
It's a
aware
big boy,
that it has a
but it can
fairly
perform, so...
disappointing asking prices. NVIDIA did
Too
reveal
big?
all the pricing
Maybe.
information in their keynote 4 weeks ago now. But if you haven't heard the bad news, pricing does start at $1,600 US. So there's a lot to talk about here, but before we do, let's quickly touch on the specifications and then take a look at the Founders Edition model. And then of course we will get into those blue bar graphs. The RTX 4090 is based on the AD102 silicon, which measures 608.4 millimeters squared. So it is 3% smaller than that of GA102 used by the GeForce 3080 and 3090 series. But of course, NVIDIA's moved from the Samsung 8N process with Ampere to TSMC's 4N process for Ada Lovelace. And quite incredibly, this has seen the transistor count increase by 170% from 28.3 billion to an insane 76.3 billion. When compared to the RTX 3090 Ti, there's 52% more streaming multiprocessors, CUDA cores, Tensor cores, RT cores, and texture
all the good
units.
things in the world.
The ROM count has increased by 57%, and the boost clock has been wound up by 35%. That said, the same 21 gigabits per second GDDR6X memory has been used, and there's still 24 gigabytes of the stuff on a 384-bit wide memory bus, and this results in the same 1008 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth, and NVIDIA is still using the PCI Express 4.0x16 interface. Now, NVIDIA claims a total graphics power rating of 450 watts for the RTX 4090, and that's the same rating that was given to the 3090 Ti, though the maximum GPU temperature has been slightly downgraded from 93 degrees to 90 degrees. The minimum power supply requirement is 850 watts, and as luck would have it, that's what...
It used to be 95, then they
Overwatch
reduced it to
testing.
93, and now it's 90.
In terms of design, the Founders Edition 4090
Mine's
is very
88, by the
similar
way.
to the 3090,
But it used to be 92. Depends on which manufacturer you have the
most
2000
notable
series
of
that
which
is.
the width. On paper, NVIDIA claims a triple slot form factor for both models, which is accurate, but whereas the 3090 is 52 millimeters wide, the 4090 is 17% wider at 61 millimeters, though despite that rather large increase, both models weigh about the same amount. And at 2,190 grams, the 4090 is less than 1% heavier than the 3090. So that's surprising, but what's not surprising is the absence of the NVLink connector, which NVIDIA has now killed off and will instead just use the PCIe 4.0 bus. The only other major change here is the 16-pin power input, which has been upgraded to the PCIe 5.0 spec, otherwise known as the super catchy 12V HPWR power connector. A single PCIe 5.0 connector can deliver up to 600 watts, and previously that would require 4 8-pin power connectors. However, you won't need a new PCIe 5.0 compliant power supply, as RTX 4090s do come with a 4x 8-pin to single 16-pin adapter, similar to the x3 8-pin to 16-pin model supplied with the 3090 Ti's. I should also note that it was falsely reported that the 12V HPWR power connector could only survive 30 cycles, so 30 connects and disconnects, but that's not the case, and connector longevity will be similar to what we saw with the 8-pin connectors, so that is to say you're basically never going to wear one out.
So it's built in. Oh! It's on the power supply too, guys. Wonder what this means. So it can handshake with the power supply. But obviously, if you have a power cable, it doesn't, like, it's not going to be able to handshake with the power supply. So PCIe 5.0 spec includes a handshake here, but this is with the power supply. If you have cables, you have 6-pin cables running into, or 8-pin cables running into the power connector, it's not going to be able to handshake with the power cable because it's a power cable, right? But this looks like if you have a full cable, it'll go all the way to the power supply. Very interesting. But that also means that it's going to have some sort of stupid protection. Whereas we like, nah, this power supply is not good enough, and then you're going to get like cock blocked. I'm sure people are going to make tomfoolery chips or something that would be able to spoof your video card into being able to just run, because there's a lot of... So this goes back to days, remember, if there used to be 6-pin PCIe connectors, right? And then they replaced it with 8-pin connectors. 8-pin connectors only have 2 more grounds on it. And the reason for that, even though it wasn't directly said, was because a lot of 6-pin power supplies couldn't deliver the rated wattage of the 8-pin connector. And even though they're functionally the same from a electrical standpoint, even though it has 2 more grounds or 2 more neutrals coming off of one of the neutral pins at the bottom there, even though it has 2 more grounds coming off of it, from a functional standpoint, it still only has three live wires. So it wasn't delivering more voltage. It's just a way of gating the power supplies so people aren't using older ones on it. That being said, there's a lot of power supplies that are PCIe 5.0 compatible that are more than good enough. I have plenty of gold ones that I assure you they're more than capable of handling the video cards, handling what's being thrown at them. But, you know, I guess this is another way of assuring, and it's unfortunate. Like, I do appreciate smart power supplies, right? Because you could get some cool statistics off of them and whatever. But something like this that's going to gate you, even when your power supply might be up to the task, just, yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Now, apart from the increase in cores, the inclusion of 4th generation Tensor cores and 3rd generation RT cores, the GeForce 40 series also introduces DLSS 3, a feature that, at least for now, is exclusive to the GeForce 40 series. Now, this new frame rate multiplying technology is super exciting stuff, and I will only very briefly show some results here, but please note our full analysis of DLSS 3 will be available a few days after this review goes live.
On floodplain.
DLSS 3 requires a significant amount of testing and analysis, which is far beyond the scope of
They do a pretty good job of that too.
So please be patient.
Once again, even if I have gripes with Hardware Unboxed guys or Gamers Nexus, they're both very reputable
now
tubers.
Testing, all GPUs have been tested
I'd say
at
they're the best
official clock
tubers, tech tubers.
so no factory overclocking. The CPU used was the
But I have
Ryzen
problems
7
with
50
both their
X3
testing
with 32
methodologies, as we
GB
just
of
talked about with
dual-rank, dual-channel
Gamers
DDR4
Nexus. Half their stuff was just
32
power
memory.
and
On the MSI
sound. Half their review is power and sound.
S carbon Wi-Fi
And that was
motherboard.
temperature, and
in
that was it.
total, I've
And
tested
then they
13
tested
games at
7
4K,
games.
40p and 4K.
And of course,
So
no one
let's get into the data.
Hardware Unboxed
Starting with
does
Watch
occasionally
Dogs
try to
Legion at
test.
1440p, the RTX 4090 doesn't
Does
look that
occasionally try to
impressive here.
test
Sure, it's the
multiplayer
fastest thing
games,
we've
but they
ever
don't really do
seen,
that great of a
but
job.
just a
But that goes
9%
with the
boost over
territory.
6950 XT is hardly
No one's
more
willing to try it.
inspiring. We did see a more substantial 22% uplift over the 3090 Ti, but even so, given today's GPU
For some reason,
prices,
Hardware
that's
Unboxed
not
compared to Gamers
amazing.
Next, Hardware Unboxed
All
does
of
not
that
do
said,
0.1%. They only do
the issue is less with
1%.
the RTX 4090 here, and more with the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D, which has now become the primary system bottleneck. Therefore, when increasing the resolution to 4K, we get to see just how brutally fast the RTX.
I would even go further than this, by the way. They should be testing 8K. Once again, you don't need to have an 8K monitor to test 4K. You test 4K and you turn up the render scale, so you can test something like 8K, even though you don't have an 8K monitor. But I'm not a tech tuber, so. But yeah, this really starts to showcase what a big difference there is between, because this is basically pushing down the CPU bottleneck completely. What a big difference there is between the video cards, which is another reason you have to you have to test for non-bound scenarios, either in the future looking or in current, with CPU in the future for CPUs or GPUs. Doesn't matter what you're testing.
We're now looking at a monster
because there are going to be new video cards, and they're going to be much more powerful, just like CPUs.
From the 3090 Ti. That's incredible, and we are now getting a truly high refresh rate experience at 4K.
Mm-hmm.
It does appear, though, that we have a lot more CPU headroom in Rainbow Six Extraction at 1440p. Is here the RTX?
Still waiting for that 500 hertz Asus monitor, guys.
Faster than the RTX 3090 Ti.
Who the fuck is that guy?
While it was also 71% faster than the 3090.
Let's see if there's an update here.
And
Asus 500
Again,
hertz
this is
monitor.
A seriously impressive performance uplift. Then jumping up to 4K.
They're all from May.
Too much this time.
6 months later.
CPU limited at
Actually,
1440p. So
November will be 6 months later because it's in May.
Faster than 3090
It's the
Ti.
5th
Though
month.
the margin to the 6950 XT did grow.
While I'm doing
and
this, I
now
might as well
we're
do
looking at a
uploads.
102% deficit here for AMD, so that's extremely brutal to say the least. Now, Far Cry 6 is a better title for the Radeon brand, and at 1440p, we're pretty heavily CPU limited. So the 4090 was only able to push ahead of the 6950 XT by a 9% margin, rendering 187 FPS, though the 1% lows were boosted by 13%. Again, jumping up to the 4K resolution releases the RTX 4090, resulting in incredible performance gains, averaging an impressive 164 FPS. That's a 34% uplift from the 6950 XT, so not as big as some of the gains we've seen, but still very much a commanding lead. And the
Pretty
jump
big.
up on the RTX
That's what she
3090
said.
Ti was certainly more sizable, as here we're looking at a 50% boost and almost 60% over the standard 3090. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is another title that works well with Radeon GPUs, and the excellent support for resizable bars certainly helps the red team. As a result, at 1440p, the RTX 4090 was 27% faster than the 6950 XT, which is a decent gain, but certainly far less impressive than most of the margins we've seen so far. It was also just a 37% improvement from the 3090 Ti, and not the typical 60% margin seen at 4K. Speaking of which, at 4K, the 4090 rendered 116 FPS on average, making it 33% faster than the 6950 XT and 38% faster than the 3090 Ti. And again, while certainly solid margins,
games
these
here, guys.
results are a little bit disappointing given what we've seen so far, and we're certainly not seeing.
And depending on their tests, they actually do playthroughs, like they walk through it instead of using a built-in benchmark, which generally isn't, even though it's relatively static, is not necessarily
applicable
to real-life scenarios.
62% increase from the 3090 Ti. 67% from the standard 3090, and a 71% increase over AMD's 6950 XT. So the RTX 4090 is again brutally fast, even at 1440p, where we've often run into CPU limitations with the 5800X 3D. Unexpectedly though, the margins shrink at 4K, and now the 4090 is 50% faster than the 3090 Ti and 62% faster than the 3090, so that's not at all what we were expecting to find. The margins to the 6950 XT though remained much the same at 70%. In any case, those are some pretty big margins, and it means that those wanting to play Hunt Showdown at 4K and still receive a
Even
high
though the
refresh
4000
rate
series is out
experience
now,
can do so.
I would definitely wait till AMD's
The
release
Outer
their
Worlds saw a 55%
7000 series GPUs in November. That, and also there's going to be a fallout from the GPU miners, which hasn't happened yet, so that'll also further reduce prices.
I'm not sure you need 268 FPS in the Outer Worlds, but it's now possible using the highest quality preset at 1440p. The 4K results are probably more impressive, despite the fact that the gap to the 3090 Ti has shrunk slightly to 51%. That's because we're now able to receive a truly high refresh rate experience at 4K in this title when using the RTX 4090, whereas most other GPUs struggle to hit 100 FPS. The Hitman 3 results at 1440p are quite clearly CPU limited, and no surprises here. We often use this title for CPU testing as it is very CPU demanding. When compared to the 3090 Ti, we're looking at just a 7% uplift, so this will be a good configuration for testing CPUs such as Zen 4 and of course Intel's upcoming Raptor Lake series. Moving to 4K demonstrates very clearly just how CPU limited the 1440p results were, as here the RTX 4090 pulled ahead of the 3090 Ti by a massive 60% margin, while pulling a similar margin on the 6950 XT. Again, the RTX 4090 is brutally fast here. This is incredibly impressive stuff. Moving on to Horizon Zero Dawn, we again find another example of CPU bottlenecking at 1440p, and this time we're using the highest quality visual preset. So 212 FPS is the limit of the 50.
Why no Intel 770, guys?
Which is a 20% increase from the 6950 XT and 31% from the 3090 Ti. But again, we find that the 4K resolution is required.
So once again, this is kind of weird. This is why it sometimes strikes me as kind of outside the ordinary when you see the 1% here aren't as stark in difference compared to Gamers Nexus. And Gamers Nexus, their 1% seem to be a lot lower than they are for Hardware Unboxed. I'm not exactly sure why that is. And sometimes percentage-wise, not necessarily because obviously the presets they're using are different and their testing methodology is different. But oftentimes on Hardware Unboxed, you'll actually see that the 1% are much closer to the average than they are on Gamers Nexus. For some reason, they stick very closely to the average, and I don't know exactly why. Like, there's almost a linear line here where it doesn't always work that way with Gamers Nexus. With their reviews.
Here the new GeForce GPU was good for 157 FPS on average, so a 54% boost from the 3090 Ti and 67% over the 6950 XT. Unfortunately, I haven't had enough time to upgrade our GPU data to F122, so we'll have to stick with my recently gathered F1 2021 numbers, which are based on the maximum quality preset with the default level of ray tracing enabled. Here the RTX 4090 pumped out 245 FPS, making it almost 60% faster than the 3090 Ti and 76% faster than the 6950 XT, so a mega result here at 1440p. Jumping up to 4K extended the margin over the 3090 Ti, as here the 4090 was seen to deliver 71% more frames and an insane 104% more than the 6950 XT, though AMD's weak RT performance will be letting down the Radeon GPU here. Still, incredible stuff, even over Nvidia's own previous generation flagship. We know that Cyberpunk 2077 is both a very CPU and GPU demanding game, but with the RTX 4090 installed, we're almost certainly CPU bound at 1440p. Here the 4090 was good for 145 FPS on average, making it 33% faster than the 6950 XT and 36% faster than the 3090 Ti. The margins seen at 4K aren't quite as extreme as I was expecting, but still, 51% over the 3090 Ti is hardly anything to scoff at, especially given that the RTX 4090 pushed well past 60 FPS while all other GPUs fell short of that target. Next up we have Dying Light 2, and this time the 4090 was 51% faster than the 6950 XT.
By the way, this is a pretty good generational uplift.
8% faster than the 3090 Ti. So another incredible.
It would have been nice if they had a 2080 Ti in here for reference.
It's much the same story at 4K. 49%
2080 Ti is about a 3070
and 58% faster than the 3090 Ti. The second last game tested is Halo Infinite, and here we're looking at fairly typical gains at 1440p, 52% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti and 60% faster than the 6950 XT. Then at 4K, those margins are extended, and now the 4090 is 72% faster than the 3090 Ti, which is an
It'd actually be
incredible
nice if they had the
performance
percent
leap.
difference,
And then we
like
see
right
it's also
here,
86%
going down the
faster
graph.
than the 6950 XT, which, as I've said before, is a brutal margin over previous generation flagships.
Pretty good.
Finally, we have Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and
Normally
for
it's
our Z4 CPU testing,
normally you'll see like a 3000. Once again, the same as with the 2080. Like I mentioned, you'll see like a 4070 will be about the same as a 3090, which is to say it won't be that much faster. Usually generational uplifts of about 30%, 40%.
Found that this game was
40%, I'd say.
limited
Depends.
at 1080p with the RTX 3090 Ti. Moving to the RTX 4090, we see that this is no longer going to be an issue, as this thing cranked out an insane 237 FPS at 1440p using the highest quality preset. That's a 55% boost over the 6950 XT and a 59%
Real
increase
world,
over the 3090
real
Ti.
world
So,
scenario, guys.
more jaw-dropping results here.
Real world scenario.
Speaking of jaw-dropping results, at 4K, the RTX 4090 is
Drop your jaw.
70% faster than the RTX 3090 Ti and
Real world.
84% faster than the 6950 XT, pumping out 160 FPS at 4K. Pretty amazing stuff, especially given that previous generation models couldn't even reach 100 FPS.
I would definitely say in this case they should consider testing 8K with the render scale.
Okay, so here's a look at the 13 game average, which has been calculated using the Geo mean. The RTX 4090 pumped out 219 FPS, making it on average 44% faster than the 6950 XT and 45% faster than the 3090 Ti, both of which are huge margins, but somewhat underrepresented the 4090 as the 5800X 3D was limiting performance here on multiple occasions. And it's pretty crazy to think that one of the fastest gaming CPUs available today can be a serious bottleneck for the 4090 at 1440p, and in many cases we were using the highest or very high visual quality settings. I feel this is the point where technologies such as ray tracing become truly viable, and we'll look at that in a moment. But before we do, here's the 4K data, and on average the RTX 4090 was 59% faster than the 3090 Ti and 71% faster than the 6950 XT. Those are some massive margins, especially given they represent the average seen across the 13 games tested. Just as impressive is the fact that the 4090 averaged 145 FPS at 4K. This is truly the first 4K GPU capable of delivering a high refresh rate gaming experience. So very impressive stuff here by Nvidia. Now, I haven't bothered looking at the 1080p results for the 13 games tested, though I did gather all of that data. And the reason I didn't bother looking at it was because we already had a lot to go over with the 1440p and 4K data, and of course the 1080p results were often very heavily CPU limited. Still, overall the 4090 was 28% faster than the 3090 Ti at 1080p using the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D and 24% faster than the 6950 XT. So it's still very impressive here, and if anything, a great tool for testing CPU performance. Okay, time for a look at the ray tracing and upscaling results, and we'll start with F122. At 1440p, the 4090 was just 11% faster than the 3090 Ti and 24% faster than the 6950 XT when comparing standard rasterization performance. So the ultra high quality preset, but with RTFX disabled. Then, with RT plus DLSS enabled, the 4090 was just 17% faster than the 3090 Ti, or 29% faster than the 6950 XT, which was using FSR for upscaling. Then, with just RT enabled, so no upscaling methods enabled, the 4090 was a massive 78% faster than the 3090.
Makes me wonder if DLSS is broken. It's not working properly on this game right here. I could say the opposite, that ray tracing is just really good, but this makes me think the DLSS is just broken.
Ti and 167% faster than the 6950
Which
XT.
wouldn't be far-fetched
so
for a new video card with new version
was
DLSS
still
on
able
it.
to deliver playable performance with more than 60 FPS at all times, the 4090 provided a true high refresh rate experience. The 4090 also affords you the ability to enjoy maximum visual quality at 4K with ray tracing enabled.
Now it looks like
Comparing
he's doing
the standard
something.
rasterization results, the 4090 was 61% faster than the 3090 Ti, then a massive 86% faster with
That's
RT
pretty
and
impressive.
DLSS enabled, and a breathtaking 90%.
Maybe not $1,500 impressive, but that's still pretty impressive.
No DLSS, going from 54 FPS with the 3090 Ti to 103 FPS for the 4090. Simply amazing. And that's also more than 3 times the performance you'll get with the 6950 XT. Next, we've got Watch Dogs Legion, and we'll start with the 1440p
So
data,
DLSS is broken
which
again.
shows a fairly small margin between the 6950 XT and RTX 4090 due to a CPU bottleneck.
Very weird.
Now, this game doesn't support FSR, and therefore the 6950 XT lacks upscaling support, so I've just tested 2 ray tracing modes. Comparing the 3090 Ti and 4090 sees no difference in performance using DLSS with RT enabled. The DLSS bottleneck appears to be about 109 FPS in this title. Interestingly, the 4090 doesn't even require DLSS here, as it produced the same performance with ultra quality ray traced effects enabled, making it 33%
That doesn't make sense.
faster than the 3090 Ti and 91% faster than the 6950 XT.
I don't
As
think
usual, though, we
DLSS just
did
turns
get a
off
better picture
if
of
the
just
performance
how
is good
powerful
enough
the
or something.
4090 is at 4K. This time using DLSS with ray tracing saw a 43% gain for the 4090 over the 3090, and then with upscaling disabled, the 4090 was 68% faster and 155% faster than the 6950 XT. Next, we have Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, and at 1440p we find another example where DLSS does very little for the already mighty impressive
very weird.
RTX 4090. As a result, when comparing the ray tracing ultra quality plus DLSS results between the 3090 Ti and 4090, the new Ada Lovelace GPU was just 13% faster. However, if we ditch the upscaling, we see that the 4090 is now 47% faster. Of course, it's the 4K results where we see the biggest margins, and this time DLSS is of benefit for the 4090, pushing it ahead of the 3090 Ti by a 54% margin, and then 131% faster than the 6950 XT using FSR. Then with no upscaling, but with RT Ultra enabled, the 4090
wonder if they use
was
auto
58%
hotkey or something to
faster than
test
the
these
3090
runs.
Ti and 88% faster than the 6950 XT. Now, the ray tracing performance in Dying Light 2 is quite brutal, especially without the aid of DLSS. For example, at 1440p, the 3090 Ti is only good for 52 FPS on average, though that performance can be bumped up to 86 FPS using DLSS quality mode. Still, that means using DLSS with RT enabled, the 4090 was 98% faster than the 3090 Ti and an insane 117% faster without the aid of upscaling. The 4K data is just as impressive. I'm not exactly sure why, but the 3090 Ti does quite poorly using the ray tracing quality preset in Dying Light 2, but with the RT settings turned off. So what should be just standard rasterization performance using DirectX 12 sees the 4090 delivering 122% greater performance. So again, I'm not sure why that is. Even with DLSS enabled, the 4090 was still 110% faster and then 115% faster with the upscaling disabled. Now, the last game we're going to look at ray tracing and DLSS performance with is Cyberpunk 2077. At 1440p, the RTX 4090 with RTFX disabled was 36% faster than the 3090 Ti, and that margin is again seen with RT Ultra plus DLSS quality enabled. But it does blow out to a massive 69% margin when using RT without DLSS, as here the 4090 was still good for 86 FPS. Then at 4K, the RTX 4090 crushes the RTX 3090 Ti, delivering 72% greater performance with RT and DLSS enabled, and then 80% with just ray tracing enabled, though we're only looking at 45 FPS on average here. Lastly, here's a look at DLSS 3 performance, and please note we will have a detailed analysis of this technology in a dedicated video shortly. Now, at 1440p using the high quality preset, the RTX 4090 was good for 145 FPS on average in Cyberpunk 2077, making it around 35% faster than both the 3090 Ti and 6950 XT. However, with DLSS 3 enabled, performance appears to have been boosted by 90% to 276 FPS. And with limited testing, the game did feel smooth, but of course I'm very keen to see what Tim digs up in his detailed testing. Now, the real advantage of DLSS 3 can be seen with ultra quality ray tracing enabled, as here, the 4090 was good for 191 FPS on average, making it almost 70% faster than DLSS 2. And of course, the real advantage can be seen at 4K, where the 4090 pumped out 113 FPS using DLSS 3 in conjunction with Ultra RTFX, a 43% boost over DLSS 2. Incredible stuff, and again, with my limited testing, the game did look good, it felt very smooth, but putting these numbers into context will be Tim's detailed analysis, which again will be available in a few days
Thanks,
from
Tim.
now. Okay, so here's a look at total system power consumption when playing Halo at 1440.
Not that it really matters much, because your video card's not going to be sitting at 500 watts. We've talked about this before. It's not going to be sitting at 500 watts all the time, right? Look at that, it's 80 watts at idle.
Less power. Now, both the 4090 and 3090 Ti are 450 watt graphics cards.
Drop
so
the idle
technically
wattage
they
a little
should
bit.
consume about the same amount of power. But
It's
the
actually
reason
kind of
the
what
3090
matters
Ti
the
can be
most.
seen
So
pushing
that's what
total
your
system
computer's
usage
sitting
about
at.
50 watts higher is because there's no Founders Edition model of the 3090 Ti, and instead we're using an MSI card which uses above spec voltage. So although I have clocked it down to the official NVIDIA specification, which shaves a few percent off in terms of performance, the higher voltage means power consumption is still higher than what it would be for a base model. Anyway, the point is, the RTX 4090 is a 450 watt product, so power consumption isn't anything we haven't seen before from flagship graphics cards. Here's a look at just how power efficient the RTX 4090 is. By locking the frame rate at 90 FPS, we can see how much power each GPU uses, and I'll
A better way of looking at this would be frame per watt, right?
be comparing the 4090 with the 3090 Ti and 6950 XT. At this locked frame rate, the 4090 consumes just 215 watts, and that means for the same level of performance, the 3090 Ti required 93% more power, and the 6950 XT 40% more power. So despite all the talk of the 4090 being just this outrageous, out of control beast, it's actually extremely impressive.
Because people aren't looking at it per watt per unit of work, right? They're looking at it at, oh my god, overall usage. It's like looking at max frame rate and thinking that fucking matters. Like when people freak out when a new GPU comes or a CPU comes out and it's not hitting max frequency, it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is what it's at most of the time when it's working and the unit of work, right? Just overall where it ends up.
Power efficiency. Now, when it comes to cooling performance, the
Like big
Founders
numbers.
Edition RTX 4090 peaked at 83 degrees for the hot
Not
spot.
an exact,
after
not an
hour of
exact
load
comparison,
in a
but
21 degree
people just
room
get obsessed
installed
with big
inside
numbers,
an
even though they
ATX
don't have
case
little
with the
meaning.
doors
Was what I was trying to
closed.
convey.
The average GPU temperature peaked at 72 degrees and the memory temperature peaked at 84 degrees. So all of those temperatures are very acceptable, especially given the low operating volume. With a fan speed of just 1600 RPM, the operating volume was just 42 decibels, which is quieter than most high-end and even
Decibels?
mid-range graphics cards that I've tested in the past.
Australian?
And during this testing, the core clock speed held pretty steady at 2730 megahertz, and of course the memory ran at 21 gigabits per second. And finally, the GPU power draw averaged 415 watts. Now, via overclocking, I was able to push the Founders Edition cores up to 2895 megahertz, so a fairly typical 6% boost there, and the memory hit 24.5 gigabits per second. This increased the GPU power to 470 watts on average, which is a 13% increase.
Not that I
though
can
the
afford a
fan speed
GPU
didn't
right
really
now,
increase,
but definitely
but
gonna
the
wait
hotspot temperature did
until
climb to
the
86 degrees, so a 5%
AMD
increase
release.
there, and the
Let's see
memory
what's going
also
on
jumped
with the
up by 4
markets and with
degrees.
AMD's what
When it
AMD
comes
comes up
to
with.
performance figures, we're looking at a fairly mild 7% boost in Hitman, taking the RTX 4090 from 182 FPS
Overclock, huh?
to 194 FPS.
I'm surprised there's
It's a
even
similar story at
headroom
launch
left for an
like Legion,
overclock at this
where
point.
the overclocked
AMD
4090
and
is 6%
Intel
faster,
and
going from
NVIDIA are pretty good at
141
gobbling
FPS
that
to
up.
150
Just adding it to
FPS,
the cards.
and we also saw a 6% boost in Cyberpunk 2077. So nothing crazy there, but as you'd expect from a product like the 4090, it's pushed pretty hard out of the box. Okay, time for the cost per frame analysis, and I'll start with the 1440p data using the suggested retail pricing for each model. Based on the MSRP, the 4090
That's hilarious, guys. You can actually make an argument for this over a 3080 or 3090 or a 6950. Even then, I guess AMD is still kind of winning at that, but I mean, at this point, like,
looks very good, even when using the more
6800 XT is still winning.
1440p data. In terms of cost per frame, it's roughly on par with the 6950 XT and 6900 XT, but crucially, it is over 30% more costly than what we believed were the sensible previous generation high-end options in the RTX 3080 and 6800 XT. Actually, it's more like 50% more expensive when compared to the 6800 XT. Still, when compared to what I call the dumb options like the RTX 3080 Ti, 3090 and 3090 Ti, even at 1440p, the 4090 is comparatively good value. The 4K data using the MSRP is even more favourable, and here the 4090 appears far better value than the 6950 XT and 6900 XT, offering around 15% greater value.
AMD really hit
Still,
it with
is
the
16%
1600
more
series when it
costly
came
per
out. We
frame
talked about
compared
that.
to the RTX
Pretty good stuff.
3080 and 21% more costly than the 6800 XT. Still, it does have 24 gigabytes of VRAM, so when compared to the 3090, we're looking at significantly better value with a saving of 38% per frame. Now, looking beyond MSRPs and instead focusing on
Beyond
current
MSRP.
real-world pricing, the RTX 4090 is a lot less attractive. Using the 1440p data, we see that it's actually slightly worse than the 3090 Ti in terms of value, making it the most expensive GPU on the market today in terms of cost per frame and overall price. The 4K data, though, better represents the RTX 4090, but even here we see that at $1,600, it is slightly more costly than the 6950 XT, though also slightly better than the heavily discounted RTX 3090, so I guess that's pretty good for a stupid high-end class type product, let's say.
I
That
want
said,
it.
You're looking at a 21% premium in terms of price to performance over the RTX 3080,
I can't afford
which
it. I
frankly
want
isn't
it.
good. Still, we're comparing a
I have to
brand
run
new
it
product
500
to a
FPS
two-year-old
at all
GPU
times.
that's now selling below
At
MSRP. So
1080p.
while a valid comparison for those of you looking to buy right now, older discounted products are almost always going to represent better value. So what to make of the GeForce RTX 4090? Well, it's obviously very fast. It's brutally fast, in fact, as I've said a number of times now, but I don't think performance was ever really the issue here. I think the key concerns people seem to have with the 4090 was the price and power consumption. Now, the price is obviously understandable and it is a real issue, but the power consumption, I think it's clear now that the rumors of just absolutely insane power consumption were wrong, that the 4090 isn't absurd in that sense, using slightly less power than the 3090 Ti in our testing. So while still a very hungry GPU, it's nothing we haven't seen before from flagship
It's a
products.
big boy.
And given the exceptional high
Mm.
performance, the performance per watt you're getting with the RTX
Mhm.
4090 is
It is
incredibly
better.
good.
I can't wait to see some
We
of the
also saw
overclocks
when
on this thing.
capped to the same frame
If they
rate,
actually can squeak up more, or it's
the
just
4090
done.
consumed almost 50% less power than the 3090 Ti and almost 30% less than the 6950 XT. And this then leaves the issue of the price, and that's not an easy one to get around. Based on the 4K data using MSRPs, we saw that the 4090 is 16% more costly per frame than the 3080, which actually isn't that far off the margin seen previously when comparing the 3090 and 2080. And although I didn't have time to include the 2080 data here, the 3090 upon release was 13% more costly per frame than the 2080. So that means the 4090 is pretty similar in terms of value to that of the 3090, which wasn't a good value product because the 3080 was just 13% slower on average while costing 53% less. So when looking strictly at ultra high-end GPU pricing, the 4090, it isn't terrible. And I guess for people with deep pockets who buy these products, that's a win. Of course, what made Ampere great in my eyes was the RTX 3080, and although the crypto boom did spoil it, for a moment it was pretty great. So the hope is the RTX 4080, at least one of them, represents great value, and that's something we'll explore at a later date. My point is, though, until more Ada Lovelace GPUs arrive, and of course AMD's RDNA 3 GPUs, it is hard to say just how good, dumb, or bad value the RTX 4090 is for this new generation. Not only
And
that,
until
but I could
crypto
sit
miners
here
start
all
dumping, which
day
they haven't.
and
They've
complain
been
about
holding
the
on to those. They've been
$1,600
clutching their
price,
pearls,
but
guys.
it ultimately will
Their
change
GPUs.
nothing,
There's no way
accomplishes
they've
very
started
little,
dumping yet.
and won't discourage
Based on
those
prices
who
on the
plan
market
buying
holding
an
steady
RTX
at $500 per
4090 from doing
3080
so.
for
There is
eBay
clearly
prices.
a market for these
Yeah.
extreme high-end GPUs, and if enough people are willing to part with $1,600 US or more for an RTX 4090, then this segment will continue to exist, and nothing I say will change that.
No.
So moving past the
Supply and
cost per
demand.
frame or any kind of value analysis to just look at the RTX 4090 for what it is, a brutally fast GPU, how excited should high-end gamers be? Again, ignoring the price, I am very excited about the RTX 4090. It's the first time I've enjoyed a truly high refresh rate gaming experience at 4K without having to compromise on visuals. Ray tracing is finally a carefree option, and while DLSS is still important here, enjoying games such as Dying Light 2, Cyberpunk 2077 and Watch Dogs Legion at 4K with ultra quality ray tracing enabled while frame rates stayed above 60 FPS, it's a special experience. DLSS 3 is obviously a very exciting new feature, but as I've said, more investigation will be required here before I can comment on just how much of a selling point it is, and we'll have more information on that shortly. So in short, the gaming experience with the GeForce RTX 4090 Founders Edition was breathtaking and surprisingly practical as well. I was able to run it just fine using my old Corsair RM850X 850 watt power supply using the included adapter. The Founders Edition model running under full load for extended periods of time is very quiet, no louder than a quality mid-range graphics card, and as I've said, power consumption wasn't outrageous. Less than that of custom 3090 Ti's that I have, and again, my 850 watt power supply doesn't look as though its life's going to be cut short. Now, I know Nvidia made several bold claims when announcing the new GeForce 40 series, but I really don't care to delve into that here. Companies saying dumb stuff has become the norm. In fact, it's pretty much always been this way. You can argue AMD doesn't misrepresent their products nearly as much as Nvidia, and maybe that's true. I really don't care to get into that debate here. They're both guilty of stretching the truth, or at the very least focusing on extreme outliers or highly unrealistic test conditions. And that's kind of their job, I suppose. At this point, you have to get over it and accept that that's just what they do. That said, I'm all for stamping out really anti-consumer behavior, such as commissioning or paying for third-party benchmarks, something both Nvidia and Intel do and have done quite a bit of. As for the RTX 4090, there's really not much more to say at this point in time. Personally, I'd never pay $1,600 US for a graphics card because, as good as it is, gaming's just not worth that kind of investment to me. And I suppose
Depends
more
on
to
how
the
much
point,
money's worth
I
to
can
you, I
enjoy
guess.
gaming almost as much with a GPU that costs at least 4 times less. So I still feel we're firmly into dumb GPU pricing territory here, but like
What
I
is
said,
dumb?
how dumb
Yeah.
depends on the price
People
to
spend
performance
millions of
offered
dollars
by
on
the
cars,
RTX
guys. So
4080
what
model,
is dumb?
and of course AMD's
Yeah.
upcoming RDNA 3 series.
Good
So
question.
rather than rush out and buy
I
a
am curious to see what
4090,
AMD
I do
has,
wait to
though.
see what
AMD is
AMD
usually
has
pretty
to
spot on
offer.
their
It won't be
budget
too
segment.
long now till we get a look
But
at
we'll see.
AMD's
They're probably going to have a
RDNA
$1,200
GPUs.
high end.
And really, from what I'm hearing, you really shouldn't have too much trouble buying a 4090 anyway. Should you decide to go that way, I've heard that stock is apparently very plentiful. And with that, I'm going to end this review here. Very impressive stuff.
No one
too,
wants to.
but, yeah, keen to see
In
what
a
else we end
recession,
up getting.
people
So
aren't
make sure
literally
you are
lining up to
subscribed
buy
that. If you enjoyed this
$1,600
video,
graphics
you know what
cards.
to do. And if you'd like to become a Hardware Unboxed community member, then we do have Floatplane and a Patreon. You can sign up to either one of those things. That'll get you access to behind the scenes content, a monthly live stream with Tim and myself, and our exclusive Discord server, along with a few other cool perks. So yeah, if you're interested, check that out. But if not, perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host, Steve, and I'll see you again next time.
Buy our. Oh, Jesus Christ. Buy our high end GPU. Oh, they're all out of stock on Newegg. Shit. I really wanted one. It's like, shit, I want to buy this shit right now. And then there's one that's same amount of memory. And there's one that is $400 more. Jesus fucking Christ. Good. Dry ice on the unboxing though. Pretty good. I mean, it's actually tantalizing, guys. It is something where it's so close to actually kind of making sense, but not really. Like, how many kidneys do you want to sell, sort of ordeal? Because you have two. How many times can you sell your kidneys? With the 3090, right, compared to the 3080, there wasn't that big of a difference between the two. And right now, we had the only data point we have to compare it off of is the 3090 and like 6950 XT, right? So questionable. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's probably why they didn't introduce the 4080 right away. So you can't add a data point and you just impulse buy. Bye. Bye. Okay. We have an upload to finish here. Enough of this, guys. There's some other reviews I want to look at. We're going to leave that till tomorrow because I spent enough time on this already. That's the way it works, guys. We're in a big hardware release territory, so that's going to happen. Let's do my uploads, or upload in this case. 9th instead. That would be publish. feeds, because it's just a highlight, or not a highlight, it's just a full stream. It's just the video all over again. Let's take a look at the Reddits, guys, and go from there. Still considering playing Overwatch 2, guys? I might. Heroes ranked by their ability to grow a mustache. Zari better be up here. In before someone gets pissed off at that. Steroids work wonders, guys. That testosterone works fucking great. Good for her. She's just naturally a huge woman that has the same physique as a guy. Ah, okay. Stop trying to 1v5 your enemy team, win for your teammates. Trickling has been a thing since time began in every video game, so. Note. Knowing when to reset? Surprise! That's something that's been around for a long time. Builds like kills with 7950X. Oh no. $5,000 series on sale, of course it is. Nope. Keep it English, Anna, please, and thank you. Okay. DVD Reddits, guys. We covered the mid-chapter at the beginning of the stream. Not really anything of interest in there. None of the balancing changes. Hardware in box. Unbreakable. Base kit is not there. Weird. Holy W. One hour or after 5 minutes, endgame collapse. As far as I know, cheaters can regress gens so they never get finished, so they could still hold people hostage for an hour by denying endgame collapse from happening. Yes, they could. When a cheater is hooked, they just never die. Yeah, That's me, by the way. These guys didn't say this. They didn't stipulate that it's when they're hooked, and only when they're hooked can they hold the game hostage. That was me. I'm the one that started that. That was actually just missing, where people just said, oh, they hold the game hostage whenever endgame collapse heads. Now there's a stipulation, which is when they're on hook, they hold the game hostage. Yeah. Oh my god, is it a cutie? Yes, it is. Might be a filter, though. Lots of makeup going on there. She has a very shiny nose. Good for you. Good genetics. Good genetics. Congratulations on your genetics. Won the lottery. False accusation? And you can hear it too, by the way. If you guys didn't know that you can hear people when they're in lockers, it's just quieter. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Enough of this. Let's get into the... Actually, let's curiously first, before we do that, let's take a look at Twitch game stats. Is this it? I believe it is. Yeah, it is. Let's take a look at Overwatch 2. Cross compare here with Dead by Daylight. This viewership. Wasn't even on the board. Wait, what? Oh, this is Overwatch. This is because it's new. I see. Current streams. 5,000. Concurrent viewers, 188,000. Can't look at this because this includes big streamers. You have to look at the... You have to remove, like, the top... I don't know how you do the top... Maybe any channel with more than 1,000 viewers, just remove them from the matrix and look at everything else. Not average viewership per channel. Times the viewership per channel, guys. It's actually really good. Normally this goes up to like 20 or 18. But once again, that includes giant channels too. Let's take a peek here instead. I don't know, there used to be like a way to sort based on language, and that's gone now. I don't know why they removed that. Instead, you have to search for the English tag instead of a language. Language should just be an option, which it is in your board, your dashboard. Drops enabled. Dead English. Drops down real fast. I mean, that means I'd also be in like the top 3 pages, maybe? Majority viewership is in the top channels. That's not good, by the way. Good. Then it drops to 200. Drops from 200 to less than 100 very fast. Drops relatively fast too when you exclude the other channels. Well, not the same. 628. There's a decent number of 1K viewer channels. Curious on how long this holds true. And this obviously includes those high viewership channels. This is just average based on the number of channels and based on the number of people watching, which is a dumb stat. Because stuff like this does not help small streamers at all. You can look at it and go, oh, there's a lot of people here, but these people generally only want to watch these streamers. You have to remove like the top 5% channels and see what happens. And parse the stats, but there's no easy way to do that. Unless maybe you had access to the API that's gathering data off this. Make your own data gathering. I kind of want to play, I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to play Overwatch right now, guys, I'm not going to lie. Might. I think we might, guys. I think I might. At least for the time being. I think we might. I even have it installed right now. You gotta compete with the Czechs. Oh no. Lots of YouTubers. Christ. Dude, there is a boatload of VTubers. They're not even using the VTuber tag either. Holy fucking shit. Let's take a peek at this. We're going to do Overwatch 2 tonight, guys. I don't know if I'm going to keep playing Overwatch 2, but we'll play it tonight at least. I honestly don't care if there's an event in Dead by Daylight anyways, so... Curious here. Fuck, I didn't change my title. Whoops. Okay. I'm gonna use the bathroom, guys. Be right back, and we're gonna play some Gamaz. Alrighty. Last time I played Overwatch, I was definitely not using headphones too, so that's a difference. That's a while ago. Let's go here, here. That okay. Right. We're gonna have to do some warm up, guys. We aren't gonna go right into comp because I haven't played this game in fucking forever. So, FYI. Yeah. Ah. Some new options, guys. We gotta tweak here in a sec. High precision mouse input allows you to fire between ticks. (2019). Shooting happens in Overwatch. Overwatch simulates ticks every 16 milliseconds or 62.5 hertz. We update players' aiming direction based on whatever raw inputs we've received from the mouse hardware since previous tick. If player is pressed primary fire, we then launch their shot in that direction. So despite being a conventional way of handling mouse input, first-person shooter, we want to do better. Minigaming mice these days are 500,000 hertz or even more in terms of pulling rate. Yep, new mice now. 1,000 hertz, this means mouse movement between ticks can be done as many as 16 discrete mouse movements delivered from the hardware. Small CPU cost overhead. Okay. I think I'm just going to leave it on. I'm not even going to bother testing the difference between the two. We'll just get used to it on.
sir. Good evening, going, dude.
From imperfection, we build a new world. Strike from above. Repositioning. Establishing aerial position. Justice served. I don't think so. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Triple kill. On the move. A clean kill. En route. Double kill.
They fixed the
Taking off.
boost combo?
On the move.
There you go.
You weren't watching the skies. Double kill. En route. Perfect hit. Aerial positioning underway. Where's your jetpack? Over and out. On the move.
For now, yeah.
Taken
Yeah.
down.
Might as well. TV is kind of at a down point right now, too, so... I don't care if there's a new event going on, by the way.
Establishing aerial position. Terminated.
Crossplay you have to enable? This is PC pool. I don't think the game is crossplay.
I didn't change anything. Fucking weird. Sometimes there's a bug where ultra low latency gets turned off on my monitor. I have no idea why. But tabbing out and tabbing back into the game fixes it. Almost feels like it's not in the right spot for some reason.
Strike from above. Picked off. Establishing aerial position. Double. Maximum impact. Double kill.
Feels like I have some sort of mouse acceleration too.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Up and away. Double kill. A clean kill. Dispersing. Going down. You weren't watching the skies. Taking to the air. Perfect double.
Traveling to the right. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Dan left the game. Oh no, not Dan.
Strike from above. Taking to the air. I see your sneakers. You meet the basketball courts later.
Sure, but I don't play without stakes.
Likewise. What are you willing to lose?
Oh, Farah-chan, I've never lost.
En route. Wait till you see me on my bike. Wait till you see me on my bike. Wait till you see me on my bike.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Aerial positioning underway.
Totally feels like my aim got worse after I tabbed out of the game and tabbed back in. Whatever the fuck that was.
And away. Dispersing. skies await.
Done. Good. Good, good, good.
The skies await.
No, no voice chat.
Taking off. I don't think so. Disrupting.
That's gonna be a problem, guys. The railgun bitch, it's like a Widowmaker, Widowmaker from back when I played. Only it's also just
Team kill.
We're still redeploying, huh?
a soldier on top of it. So
Up and away. What's up? This ends now. That's 3 directs. That's 4 directs. Hold it. I
Can't put that off.
what?
The skies await.
Hello.
Done playing with my ultimate is almost ready.
Maybe you should talk at the end. No, I have no interest in talking to people. Hey, I got a kill. Railgun bitch is back on the roof.
The skies await.
Soldier 76 reporting.
Up and away.
60 seconds.
Concussive out.
He's looking straight up at me. That's hilarious.
My ultimate is ready. Kick some tail.
30 seconds remaining.
This ends now. I got you. Press for justice. Rain from above. Justice. Rain from above. Shake it off.
10 seconds remaining.
Push the attack now. We're gonna lose.
On the move.
Overtime.
Not good enough.
Aerial positioning underway.
Has reached the checkpoint.
I just got flashbanged in the middle of the air. Oh,
I will not waste this opportunity. Reinforce the payload. Increasing altitude.
Fucking hear a horse. I don't know where it is. There's so many new sounds in the game, guys.
My ultimate is almost ready.
The payload has reached the objective.
Establishing aerial position. I thought this would be harder. I will not waste this opportunity. The Kitsune is ready to be unleashed.
Tactical visor.
Hey!
Victory. Play of the game.
Disrupting.
Can't check the scoreboard, guys. Where's the scoreboard? Scoreboard's gone. Ah, okay. I guess I have to check the scoreboard before the end screen. Cool. That was very enjoyable. Wow. Can't even check about anything that just happened in that game, guys. Just. By the way, I'm going to be bad. I'm going to be bad. It's been 5 years since I fucking played this game. 4 years since I've played this game. It's just the way it goes. You suck, man. Yeah. By the way, those guys got butthurt because they're running 2 hit scans and they still got rolled over while playing basically a direct counter to Pharah.
Now arrive 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Christ, I guess I have to check the scoreboard before the end of the match. And there's going to be a lot. Sojourner is a very powerful hero, so there's going to be a lot of that shit.
It's the after service. Dispersing.
Into the drink. Hey, buddy. My team wants to say hi. Oh. I need to turn down my sensitivity, too. I don't know if it's, because I have a different mouse, obviously, since the last time I played. I don't know if it's a DPI change or maybe something different.
On the move. We're outnumbered. Careful. Taking to the air. Concussive out.
Oh.
Hey there. Careful. We're outnumbered. Returning.
You suck, no shit.
Establishing aerial position.
That still works. That's good to know. I'm not talking about the ult, by the way. Stealth drops.
I need healing.
Whoop. That's not good.
Aerial positioning underway. Sie werden dich nicht
I think I could have pushed her off the edge. I'd like learning like how fast you can, how long people's abilities last, stuff like that. This all just kind of gone from my knowledge at this point. Haha. Can we butt her? Yep. There must be a lot of people that fucking hate Pharah now or something. Like, normally you wouldn't just instantly run into people just running direct counters and the game butthurt about it.
shove them in a locker.
I haven't played in forever, so.
Let's take this off.
Huh?
Guide you. You're all good.
How the fuck does he completely miss the Genji and just insta get me?
Skies await.
I guess. Look, he just fucking misses everything except me. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? How the fuck does he miss every fucking player and hit me? Uh-huh. No.
Score.
It's like aim sticks to me or something. Good? Not the Anna, though. Talking about the fucking...
The eye will not
McCree.
fail. The hand will not flinch.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
Hit 38.
4, 3,
What?
2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Establishing aerial position. Dispersing. Watch out for this one.
There we go.
The sun I require healing.
Christ. They make fucking Mercy just like insanely... Like their movement is just crazy.
Returning to battle. Taking off.
This week at the base.
Excellent teamwork.
I'm on my way.
I'm on the objective. Justice served. Taking to the air. Objective's mine. Under my protection. Let me Kitsune guide you.
Again, how the fuck is this guy hitting anything? I don't understand how he misses fucking everyone, guys, and he lands headshots and body shots on me perfectly. The fuck is that?
No one can stop me. Dispersing.
Might as well. There we go. But that's nothing new, so. I've been sitting on that for a while. And as with, back when I played Overwatch,
To battle. Establishing aerial position.
back when I played rank, you basically can hope to get like maybe 2 picks and then die. And maybe deny an area.
I don't think so.
Like he fucking knew. That's kind of curious. What? What? We have people I was more interested with the Anna that was looking at me when I was coming over the top of the rooftop than anything. Yeah, my aim's gonna suck, guys. My picks are gonna suck. My damage is gonna suck. That's the way it works. Putting aside, like, first-person shooters, guys, I haven't played, Overwatch in forever. Boop! Guy's an aimer, except when he's shooting at everyone else except me. It's fucking weird. Like, guy can't hit shit except... Oh, I'm supposed to check the scoreboard. Sucking it up, guys. Almost getting surpassed by... by a healer.
Just
Yeah.
one more mission.
I wonder if they, like, put me back, like, at my MMR prior to what it must be. Because obviously the game uses SBMM.
Right? They won't even know
So.
what happened.
Playing with, like, Masters or something. Quick play.
5, 4, 3,
Where it ended.
1. Round 3. Capture.
We haven't seen a Widow yet, either. But you don't need a Widow when you got Sojourn. Anna. Just get Genji knifed? Kinda feels that way. Guess I should find the health kits too. I can hear the pitter patters in the fucking rooms next to me. How the fuck does he miss?
Always more to learn.
How the fuck is he hitting anything? And then he just like brains me. It's like 1-2 combo. He fired, but it didn't go off. How the fuck is he hitting headshots? He can barely aim. I don't understand. What?
I don't want to talk about it.
You guy just got insta-give by shurikens. Huh? A lot of hate for Farah. I don't know what this is about. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Play of the game.
Hopefully we can play against some different players so we don't just keep playing against the same people. So I want an idea of whether or not that's normal or not. Priority requeue means. That guy's aim fucking misses everything and then gets a body shot and then a headshot on me. It's like every single time I died there, guys, it was a body shot. His aim's like all over the fucking place and it's a body shot and a headshot. It's like every time. It's just like wham bam. His aim is literally just like all over the fucking screen and then it's a body shot and a headshot. I can barely aim at me. Fucking weird. Luckily, we aren't playing comps, so. Like, am I supposed to check the profiles of other players here? Can I check them? How do you check profiles? Can you even check profiles?
From above. I don't work with criminals. Then you change the laws.
Oh, I forgot they did this. Oh, I'm playing with golds and silvers, apparently. Actually, that's diamond and golds, not golds and silvers. I think that's diamond.
One. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Aerial positioning underway.
I don't know how you mark people. I need to figure that one out. There we go. Lots of rust, guys. I haven't played, like, even first-person shooters, guys? I haven't fucking played first-person shooters in fucking forever. On to the fucking cart you go. Hopefully my teammates pay attention. They didn't.
Team kill.
Need reinforcements. Can I get an ETA? Taking off. My gift to you.
Okay. Fuck. Your mom's out to something. Do that. Kill me, Reinhardt. Kill me! Okay.
The payload is advancing. Passage. Incoming. Hello. Try me. Hello.
Taking to the air.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Setting out the welcome mat.
So many new noises and bonking and binging sounds, guys. Is there a tunnel down there now? There must be. Oop. I missed that one. I need to figure out what the marquee is. Did I just get turreted? Yeah, I think I got bobbed. No. No, I didn't get... Yeah, I did get bobbed. Well, that's good to know if playing Pharaoh isn't hard enough. There's just a mega turret in the game now. I don't think I ever really played with Kate. Knowing the good spots. I remember the good spots, guys.
Aerial positioning underway.
Ah, super annoying ferret. Or Sombras? That's where she went. No. And she's getting healed from... Oh, that's actually the healer. I thought that's a tracer. It's not a tracer. This is, if you're noticing, this is a little bit different than our last game, isn't it? In terms of... That fucking McCree. Yeah, I need to figure out what the marquee is. I feel like F should be my marquee.
Setting out the welcome mat.
Tank now. Oh. Maybe it's like a... No, there's no controller player. Still have jets. So they removed that. When Sombra used to hack you before it knocked out your jets, it doesn't knock out your jets anymore. Hey! Doing things! So, Tank still beat us on damage. I got an endorsement. Oh yeah, just give me my fucking participation medal.
Meteor strike.
I don't fucking know what the McCree was from that prior game. I must have had the requeue on before. Fucking haven't played a first person, let alone Overwatch, guys. I haven't played a first person shooter. What? What's the last first person shooter I played? Like COD? Like 2 years ago? Holy fuck. It's been a hot minute.
Arriving at prepare for battle. Select your hero.
What's the marquee? +4.
Strike from above.
Go click.
There is always room for improvement. Keeping watch here.
There we go.
Hello. Attacking. Over here. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
I like the ping system. Him before I instantly die? Oh, let's push. I used to surf all the fucking time. I don't know if they changed like the time on the jets or anything. Like there's so many balancing things that have changed. There we go. There we go. Punch. Actually, I think punch is only 30 damage.
Returning to battle. Establishing aerial position.
That's still in the game though. You think I can actually stand on? That's not a good place to be. There we go. Charging the shit out of Zarya. Not killing people.
Returning to battle. Taking off.
Falling behind. Step right up.
There we go. Battle. Whatever.
They took the robot. We need to attack.
God, she has a huge range. I swear they made fucking Mercy squirrelier than before. Hey, buddy. I swear to fucking God, they made Mercy squirrelier than she used to be. Like, she fucking's all over the place now.
Returning to battle. They're taking the robot. They're pushing the barricade. On the move.
How close they need to be. Oh, that's the tank. Okay. We get some, no.
Time to put a stop to their efforts.
Up and away.
Try it again. They have like some, I think I need to knock out the fences, but even then there's like a wall before the fences.
Making another approach. Repositioning.
Oh, I could have killed her! I saw the bubble! Like, relearning, guys. Relearning, like, blocks and shit like that. I literally could have killed her if I sat on her. I thought, no, the bubble's still gonna be there. No, I literally would have killed her. I could have overpowered that. They, at some point they nerfed the shields, so... Getting, yeah. Christ. I mean, I'm leading damage. But that's probably from shooting Zarya bubble. No, I needed either and I didn't.
Let's show him some air power.
Genji isn't even the one leading for damage, it's the Zarya again.
Increasing altitude.
Is that a fucking Me Too, Sarah? Sarah? Fucking hilarious. I swear to God, like, everyone has a fucking hard-on for Pharah, guys. First time back, and, yeah. Now we got a Genji in this game hounding us. Good. The game before, we had a fucking aim assist, McCree or something going on there. Try to environmental here.
Up and away. Shake it off.
Wah 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 wah.
The enemy has claimed the robot.
What's that?
Let's see if we can give her. There we go. Hey. Can I kill this? I need to try killing Mercies. Any day. Hey, we killed the Mercy. I'm doing useful things. That's wonderful. Oh no.
I need healing.
Oh my god, I'm doing things! I love when I do things. Hey Mercy, can I kill you? I'd like to try and kill you.
Positioning. I require healing. I'm here for healing.
Thank you.
Up and away. Dispersing. I need.
Okay.
Returning to battle.
Oh, we're losing to a Reaper now.
On the move.
That's not good. Is it ours? I don't know if we have a soldier or not. We do not.
Taking to the air. There they are. Let me keep the robot is with us now. Let's get pushing.
Hey, buddy. I had my Q too. I need to get in the spot for Q. Jeez. Might take more than a day for us to start playing comp again. Oh my god. Can't scream justice reigns from above at the end of the game. Aw. That's a Q. No. We're still at the MMR guys where people can do that. So I mean, this means we aren't playing against that great of players. I'm gonna look at my ping or anything either. I remember Hollywood. One of the things I really don't understand is why they got rid of skins. That's something that kind of blew my mind. Or not skins, why they got rid of maps. I was looking at skins. Why they got rid of some maps.
Strike from above.
If you ever
Even
need
hit
help,
these?
just fly to me, Angela.
There, fuck off, bitch.
My hero.
You're like a knight in flying armor.
That's what I'm going
Suck
for.
my dick, Angela.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
4, 3, 2,
This is where I'll die at the open gates.
commencing.
There we go.
Capture objective A.
Lots of clippity clops. Lots of clippity clops. That's a Widowmaker. I'd recognize those clip clops anywhere, guys. Boop. And it'll get better once I can actually keep up with whatever's on my screen. And that's that takes a moment. Lovely. Well. Hey, we're doing things. Look at us, guys. Aiming for let's get to that diamond level. Let's get to that diamond level.
Turning to battle.
See that one?
Heroes never die. Positioning. I will not let you fall.
That's not good. That's not good. Mercy was damage bouncing me.
All systems nominal.
Taking to the air.
That's not good. She needs to use her heal button.
Excellent.
And then headshot. I still hit her though. Good. It doesn't even look like it's aiming at my body or at my head. Body headshot.
Positioning.
Boop. Fucking Lucio. Oh my god. Yeah, like she's not even. I guess the flicks, as the kids say. Except he wasn't flicking anyone else. Well, I know she's over there, so I'm not going over there.
Overwatch. Increasing altitude.
Hey, it's Keiko. Widowmaker here.
Push the payload. Dispersing.
No, still has wall hacks. Just literally just waiting for me? Yeah, she's literally just waiting for me. Huh?
Returning to battle. En route.
I wonder how you tell if when they're still running wall hacks or not. Mm-hmm.
Shake it
Sniper,
off.
don't get shot.
Aerial positioning underway.
Over here.
I spy enemy here. Activating self-destruct sequence. Up and away. I don't think
Payload heading out.
There we go.
Let's kick this off.
That's lovely. Whoa!
After my own.
Oh ho ho ho! Oh, he's still charging! I timed that fucking bubble better. Could have killed me. You didn't.
Excellent team.
Suck my dick. There's still a guy up here. Jesus Christ.
No one. Forget
And dead. Refound my stream. Oh, you mean I took a hiatus from playing Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Definitely. Definitely kind of preoccupied right now with trying to relearn to play the game. I don't have a lot of free cycles right now to try and talk to people. Oh, did I help? I don't know if I helped or not. Need to figure out how to lead targets again. Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm doing the stuff and things. Hey! Not top damage, guys. We'll get there. Woo! Look, it's me! Did I push Q? No, I didn't. That's when he started hopping on Widow and kept poking me in the face with his Widow gun. Boop, 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 boop. Never watched DVD, just watched H1, I think. Yeah, that was a long time ago. H1Z1 was like 6 years ago. 8 years ago? 8 years? Yeah, I've been streaming for like 10. More than 10 years at this point. 8 years ago. That was a while ago. Welcome back. It's chillaxing. We aren't playing comp right now. This is my first couple of games in the last 4 years since I last played Overwatch. Oh, it's like they knew. Good thing I didn't actually want to play Mei. Yeah. My stream's been bigger. My stream has definitely been bigger. I don't think I've played defense yet. This game blows. Yeah, that's why he's playing it.
Everyone, stick together. We can do this.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot
My
mend.
ultimate is charging.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Position.
There you go. Zen, yeah. Oh, buddy! I'm dead. So he has like, he doesn't have a flashbang anymore, he has a sticky bomb. That's even worse than his fucking flashbang. What do you, like, that's like a tracer, what are you supposed to do about that? Just die?
Okay, my head's in the game.
Okay. Like with his, at least with his flashbang, like he had to aim.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
Like he had to aim to finish you off, or his teammates had to aim to finish you off.
Increasing altitude.
That's not enough of a boost. Thank you. Oh, buddy.
Making another approach. Aerial positioning underway.
See if we can bop him. Oh, wrong way.
Returning to battle.
Name's Cassie.
Had to recast that one.
Let's show him some air power. Repositioning.
Dude, what's this fucking Reaper just always being where I'm at? What's going on here?
I don't want to talk about it.
Join me. Let's stick together.
I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Oh, it does.
Up with me.
God.
Excellent teamwork. Increasing altitude.
Reap the rewards, you king.
Establishing aerial position.
Wasn't close enough, guys. I was trying to time that so right when they come out the door, I'd hit him with my Q, and that didn't happen. I guess Zarya had a Q too. I think you can see Qs. I think that's what that orange circle is. Yeah. Normally I do things like switch to Mei. I think Mei actually sucks compared to where she was before. I think she takes longer to freeze people than she used to, which means she's kind of pointless for CC now, except her ult.
Play of the game.
Kree? Hundreds of super people? It looked kind of interesting, but I mean, this game just kind of took it over, so. Oh, not super people. Yeah, no. I was thinking, Rumbleverse. I was thinking Rumbleverse. The super people, nah. It looked alright, but then it looked like kind of like a PUBG clone. And PUBG I wasn't really all that into in the first place. I actually look at my, like, accuracy and shit. Is there any way to see your accuracy stats? Or I think I remember when I actually used to be, it was like 45%. Probably nowhere near that. And split it up. Jesus Christ, Blizzard. 42 and 68. 42%. Direct hits somewhere here too. Direct hit 17, 42. 5%. Oh, this is new. Well, at least this includes, because I have so many hours in the game, at least this includes, where's my comp shit, too? Yeah, I know it is. I watched, when it was on Twitch, I watched a little bit of it. But yeah, not super into it. I looked at it, I was like, eh. Rumbleverse looked more interesting, mainly because it's a fighter game, but that kind of died out. Also, everyone looks pretty tanky.
Strike from above.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
That's not true. Some people are really good at what they do.
Stay close. I can't
It's like
hit
genetic.
you if you stray.
Please stay close to me and suck my dick, Angelina.
Establishing aerial position.
Can't wait to get sniped right out of the gates. Sniped. Nope. Oh, yeah. That's a widow. Oh. That's not good. And purple shit. No. That was McCree. It's not. I might have even deflected into myself. No, I didn't. Not good enough to hit Genji out of the area, guys. We'll get there. Yeah, repetitive war, it's very, very tanky. Like, the people, like, so much so you spend a lot of time just trying to secure kills that take fucking forever, and then you get, like, third-partied or something. What the fuck is that? Is it McCree?
I don't think so.
Whoop. This is a very disadvantageous position. I used to be good enough to hit like corners and shit. Suck my dick, Genji. Oh my god, Mercy just killing people with her giant fucking projectiles. If you didn't know, I don't know if it's changed, but if you didn't know, Diva and Baby Diva and Mercy have like some of the biggest projectile weapons in the game. I'm hearing all these sounds and I think it's like people and it's not. No! Oh, he got fucked. Was it a Reaper? I think I was shooting a Reaper, wasn't I? What the fuck was I shooting?
I don't want to talk about it.
Team kill.
I don't know what I was shooting.
Excellent teamwork.
What's this? I know. I decided to, take a break from the spoiled entitled survivors and the gaslighting. I hear Clippity Cops. Half this stuff isn't registering, guys, because I don't know the maps.
Increasing altitude.
I don't know if they can get behind me. I'm sure they can. Buddy. Miss. I think I could've... I definitely could have done that better. That's too low at health.
Returning to battle.
It's not uncommon to see
Establishing aerial position.
max damage on the tanks. Jesus Christ.
A clean kill.
I can hear the Clippity Clops. I have no idea where they are. I'm dead. I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Oh my god, Mercy.
You've hang glided over a volcano, Fariha. This is nothing. I will not waste this.
There's like no way to get over the top of this. Normally there's a way to ski over. bad time to reload. Hey guys. Nothing quite like opening up right there. Yeah. Whoa. Oh! I'm not in last place for damage anymore, guys. Oh. Well, of course they are. They always... You can never play high MMR in this game and expect them to not play counters to Pharah. They always play counters. That's like literally half of playing Pharah is trying to figure out how to counter. It's like line of sight playing. It's how to deal with the counters without dying instantly every single fucking time you spawn. As you can see with me playing, I don't know, like, it's still stuff I said, like, back in the day when I was playing this game. It's literally line of sight. You have to play line of sight all the fucking time. That's pretty good, guys. I want to play more. I knew this is one of the reasons I didn't want to play Overwatch 2 is because I'm pretty sure I want to play more. And the thing is, I might just, like, I might just stop playing Dead by Daylight, as it turns out. Yeah. Getting a lot better, guys. Not last for damage. We'll get first for damage again. I mean, even back in Overwatch 1 days, it wasn't uncommon for a tank occasionally to beat you, so, depending on what's going on. But tanks are now much stronger, and I want to play tanks too, so, for a comp. But anyways, one of the reasons I didn't want to play is because I knew... Oh, I didn't look at my fucking stats again. Like, for a game that's supposed to be super, super, competitive, like, they don't give you a very good... Like, give you an easy way to break down your stats and anything. Where are my comp stats? Why are my comp stats missing too? I don't understand this. 316 hours of competitive, and it doesn't show me my comp stats. Is it so old or something? See. Watch. Comp stats missing. Career profile stats not updating Overwatch 2. Bug report. Yeah, it's a lot to do with playing corners, knowing when to drop out of the sky, using your E, your concussive missile, to add force to yourself so you aren't as predictable when you're leaving air. Disengaging is actually one of the biggest, it's like one of the biggest skills you can learn as Pharah is learning how to disengage properly without insta-dying. Like cutting your jets and then using your E for either backpedaling or moving into a corner, so maneuvering yourself into line of sight. I know it sounds crazy, because I'm pretty sure I remember back when I played, like, watching other Pharahs, like, they just all focus on, like, they'd all have a pocket mercy, and they'd all focus on direct hits, and that's it. It's all fine and dandy if you had a pocket mercy constantly, and, like, you could fly in it with basically everyone else just playing shitty, bad hit scan players. What happened to my comp stats, guys? Can't show you my grandmasters and shit. Stats. Competitive stats still missing. Profiles will only show the last 7 seasons. Oh no. Dude, that's harsh. If you lost your competitive stats, like a lot of people really valued that. I valued that. That was like my little toot my horn thing. Overwatch 2 will only save your last 6 seasons of competitive. I actually took screenshots of all my stats before Overwatch 1 shut down just in case this very thing would happen. Holy shit! I photoshopped mine. Season 2 was a season where SR mattered the most, it was. Season 2 and 3 were the most competitive out of all the seasons, in my opinion. Maybe Season 4. 2 and 3 was definitely the pinnacle of Overwatch. Although it's definitely had a resurgence with Overwatch 2. It's not like it wasn't back in the original days, the old days. 6 years Overwatch comp his stats, SR, history gone. Yeah, no shit. It'd be different if they gave you like a way to export it. They must still have it. It must be obviously on a database somewhere. Why would they do this? I'm no fucking... They did a lot of really fucking weird shit in Overwatch, guys. In Overwatch 2, excuse me. They've changed a lot of really weird shit. A lot of weird design choices. Your comp rank not showing up very well. Progression being relatively hidden. There's no score cards or on fire. Apparently on fire is going to get fixed, though. I miss the comp, the accolade cards. Those were pretty neat. Feels like when you finish a match, you didn't even do anything. You didn't play. There's no score screen. There's nothing. There's no stats. There's no score screen. There's no cards. Nothing. It's just over. And you're just like, okay, did I play a match or not? I don't know. That really sucks. I'm pretty sure I had more time in competitive than I had in quick play. I'm very certain I had more time in competitive than quick play. Yeah, no. This mustn't... Yeah. Extra 150 hours in Fira that I'm missing. 127 on May. So May does still include comp. It's just you can't select it. You don't miss old stats. Old stats, I mean the cards. I mean there's just no stats at the end of this game. You can push tab before the game ends, but you can't see your stats. There's no score screen or something. And there's no cards at the end of the game where you can upvote people for stuff they did during the match. Look at the screen wiggle, guys. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Change her skins. I haven't looked at skins. I'm not going to spend time looking at everyone's skins. Overwatch 1's better. Looks like they just inverted her shoulders. Look at those abs. Kind of cool. It has a Warhammer theme to it. I think carbon fiber used to be in the game, though. Anything else? I was thinking Anubis. Okay. Download it just to see the skins. I mean, you could. It's free, so why not? I'm going to be out of here for tonight, guys. We're going to be playing more Overwatch in the future, probably tomorrow. And as I mentioned, it's a good time, because of what's happening in Dead by Daylight right now, it's a good time to take a break until BHR figures out what the fuck they want to do. The game's kind of in a miserable place right now for killers, and it keeps getting worse. Just watching my... watching my add-ons tick down basically every fucking game is a little bit discouraging and disheartening. Basically, purples, if you use a purple every game, you're going to run out. Even if you're running flans, you're just going to run out, and that's not very interesting. Then all the fucking cheaters in the game, too, on top of it, and then you got spoiled entitled survivors just barking up the tree constantly. Because mini gigs, I guess, yeah, if you don't, you have fast internet or you have a bandwidth cap, sure. Hiding all that might make people more objective-oriented. Well, cards, I don't think people played for cards. Maybe you get some niche player that played for cards, but I don't think most people played for cards. They didn't care. Kind of one of those cool things at the end of the game, just like being on fire was. But yeah, guys, we're going to play Overwatch 2 tomorrow, I guess. We'll take a break from Dead by Daylight. I don't know how long it's going to last. We'll see. Enjoying it. It's going to take us maybe a couple days before I play comp again. I thought it was going to maybe take a day. As you guys saw, it was a lot better. Compared to my first game tonight where I got made fun of by a McCree that got shit on by the rest of my team and got butt hurt because they're running 2 hit scans and we still won. Compared to that game, compared to my last game, I think we're getting much better. So, yeah. As it was. It's kind of neat. Battle Pass XP. But yeah, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by... Tomorrow will be more Overwatch. So you guys have that to look forward to, or not to look forward to, depending on your opinion. Taking a break from the I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We'll see where it goes. Probably going to go back to it, but we'll see how this goes, too. So, might as well, considering the kids are all on it. It looks like there's a little bit more flair surrounding it right now. We'll see how things go, though. Alrighty, though, guys. If you're into streaming, enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, enjoyed the Overwatch, make sure to follow up on the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be the OW2s, so yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a fucking fantastic Tuesday/Wednesday. Have a good day, guys.